This podcast contains
Woo! Happy Friday and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. That is right. We are on a Cowboy Hat Friday. And I realized that now I need to get a different headset for Cowboy Hat Fridays. Good morning. Good morning. If you're joining me here today, we have been let out of YouTube jail. As you guys know, we were in prison for a little bit. That is just the way it goes. Rules are rules, my friends. And as much as I hate those rules, we still have to obey those rules. So it is what it is. And let me see, what do we got here? Do we got anybody? Haley De La Cruz, how are you, Haley? Good morning. I see you on there. Yeah, I was in the middle of setting up, and I didn't have my entry scene on when I came on, but it's all good. It's all good. No worries. Let me do a couple of changes on here before we actually get started. I think we had a sound. Yeah, we got sound. Sound is good. Okay, here we go. Don't worry, I'll get you guys an update on what's going on here. You know, I hope that that only people that want to be on my channel come into my channel and chat. I want people to think alike to be in my channel. It will be a fantastic thing to happen. People that don't like my channel, I'm not sure why you come onto my channel. I mean, I do know why, but I just don't know. Is it worth it for you to come and make your life miserable? Because you know me, I will go off on you, and maybe, who knows, maybe that's what you are expecting. Maybe that's what they expect from me. They expect for me to go off on them or something. All right, let me open up the chat for. Let me open up the chat for the portrait mode. I think is this one. Let's see. Okay, that's the landscape mode. Let's put this baby over here. I'm telling you what, I'm loving this hat. I am loving this hat. Haley came in and got right back out. At least that's what it shows on here. All right, here we go. Here's the portrait. And bada bing, bada boom. Man, it feels like I have been out of the game for like a week vacation. Robert, good morning. Good morning, big bro. Uncommon, thank you, Uncommon Woman. I appreciate you. Robert says, let me just grab 5 months of Patreon membership. He's tired not being able to do the monthly thing. God bless you, brother. God bless you. That's right, guys. Eat your heart out. This is to see how many illegal immigrants come and clown on me saying that I'm trying to be white. I bet you they will, you know, here, look. The thing about these Hispanics, right? These Hispanics that come into my chat, I would say most of them are Mexican, but they come into my channel and, you know, they say, oh, what a traitor. You're trying to be white. Let me tell you something, guys. Let me give you guys a little bit of information, okay? And the reason why that makes me laugh, and I just don't care what they say. Because every Hispanic, okay, every Latin culture, from Mexico down, listen, a lot of people, like, you know, for Tanya's birthday this last Sunday, right? I played the Mañanitas for her from Vicente Fernandez. Vicente Fernandez is a Mexican, very famous mariachi singer. fantastic. His voice, even at the old age of 70s, his voice was still crisp and just like he's never aged. Um, every every country in Latin America copies things from Mexicans. Mexicans copy things from Central America, South American from Central and North America. Everybody kind of adapts someone else's cultures and looks, etc. And they become very prejudiced about it, and it's kind of racist, at least to me. It's kind of racist for somebody to say, "Oh, you're trying to be white." Wait a minute. What does that mean? What do you mean trying to be white? What does that mean? Like, are you trying to be something that you're not either? I mean, it's pick a style, whatever you want. Just gonna say it. Feels right. Feels normal. Feels very natural. I am loving this hat. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for being here with me today. Man, I got put in jail. And I'm gonna tell you this. I spoken with a few of you guys. Okay, I spoken with a few of my members. Brian, what's up? That's my big bros and eyes Generation X joke. Oh, okay. Haley's still here. Okay, Haley, it looked like you disappeared. Man, I've been really busy with looking at other platforms. I don't like doing Instagram. I think Instagram is a little bit too picky, even worse than YouTube. And so I really don't like to use it. But as we have seen, YouTube also can block me. If they don't like something I say, they can block me. If you remember the joke with the subtitles and stuff, that's why they cut me off. I did that at about at an hour and 36 minutes. They cut me off on my portrait mode. And oh, SoCal is in here early in the morning. Oh my goodness, what are you saying? Hi, Dennis. Don't know why people report accounts. They don't have to engage. I am just here doing the Lord's work, converting one Republican at a time. I will give you that, and I respect that you put a super chat on there. I like that. But that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to do the Lord's work and make sure everybody comes to the Republican side. But anyway, it's one of those things to where, like, I went back and forth and I talked with them and I emailed them and I said to them, I think that it's that YouTube's policy needs to be updated. I said because the infraction that they gave me was a comedy skit, and this comedy skit has fake guns, right? These guns are not real. What they're holding are fake guns. And so I don't have a strike on my account. I don't have any strikes on my account, even though I've been cut off twice, because the mistake is not like I violated the rules or the policies to an extent where I'm doing it on purpose and I'm over here, clocking my gun, cocking my gun or whatever. They have rules that I don't like, but my logic to them was, you allow I've seen a lot of videos with shooting, people handling guns, range. They're doing the news. There's people with rifles talking about Iranian regime. They all have AK-47s, etc. And they show in missiles destroying targets, destroying actual buildings, etc. And I said that the policy needs to be changed because it's not fair that some get punished and others don't. You know what I'm saying? So, this is just what this is my personal view. But again, YouTube is not my channel. YouTube is not my platform. It's not my server. It's somebody else's. I'm allowed to have a channel on here. And even though they make 30% of what I make, you will think that the more that the more people they send over, and the more money that I collect, that the happier they would be. But To each his own. Now let's read a couple of comments on here. BCJ says, I am buying that hat when you're done. Yeah, this is, so just so you know, man, this is one of my favorite cowboy hat look. It's 100% wool, and I just love it. I just love it. I don't know. I have always loved this kind of hats. I'm thinking about getting a brown one, but I'm not very kind to get a brown hat, to be honest. Let's see. Odin says, this is the dumbest time to be alive in history of mankind. Depends on how you see it, Odin. It depends on how you see it because, every generation, every peak in history has a specific touch to it, whether it was the civil rights movement, whether it was Civil War, whether it was World War I, whether it was the Great Depression, whether it was World War II, whether it was the American-Mexican War, whether it was the Native Americans, warring times with the chiefs and all this stuff. Every generation has to go through some sort of history. And I think that I agree with you to a certain extent, but I also know that, what better time to be alive than today? To where, yes, some of the things that we are seeing, of course, we don't want to see. We don't want it to happen. We don't want it to continue. We don't want to be here for this stuff, right? But at the same time, it's like, don't you want to be part of somebody who fights to be on the right side of history for once? You know what I'm saying? Jason Beatriz, excited. I'm just as excited as you are to be back, brother. I miss talking with you guys. I think that whether we looked at ourselves or people look at us as bad people, that we are the bad party, we're the wrong Americans. One thing that people haven't understand yet is that while I do support Trump 100%, I'm a Make America Great guy. You know what I'm saying? I am 100% on board. I think everything he's doing is fantastic. I really do. And that's because I think beyond what I'm looking at. So I like to say that I think outside the box. Like, for example, before when Trump was coming in with the tariffs, okay, what the hell is going on with the tariffs? I always knew about tariffs, but I didn't know what the hell's going on with the tariffs. So I went back and I started looking into tariffs, and I started looking into history. And then I came to find that we didn't even pay taxes before 1913. Of course, after we got rid of the red coats, right? We didn't pay taxes. And tariffs was put because it was sort of like an incentive, right, for locals to make business here, to make the money rotate locally here in the nation. They were very nationalist, when it came to that. But they also knew that there was a big demand for import-export. Of course, that was the future, right? And so the tariffs were actually taking care of the government. Think about this. In some states, like, for example, Oregon, okay? In some states like Oregon, there is no sales tax. Now, I want you to really pay attention to this because I think a lot of people don't think about it. But think about this. They have no sales tax, okay? No sales tax. But they get taxed a lot more on their income tax. And so there's a trade-off, right? So here's where I'm at with this. If we allow tariffs to make the revenue, this is why Trump said, maybe we can just get rid of federal taxes. Meaning that you and I, when we make money, we don't got to pay taxes. No taxes, baby. That's what it's all about. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. And I think that's a great idea. Now, here it is. Before 1913, no taxes. There was tariffs that take care of the government. And it did for a long time. And then they introduced the tax in 1913 for the richest, right? the rich people. And then now everybody pays it. That's twisted, isn't it? It's wrong. I don't like it. I don't like it. Now, I support Republicans. There's a lot of rhinos, just so you know. I want you to understand something. The legacy media news will tell you things that technically are correct in the numbers. For example, they say that Republicans have the majority of the House, right, in Congress, and they have the majority on on the Senate, and everything should be easy. You should just be able to put all your policies through. But the bottom line of this is the fact is that's not how it works. Because just because we have the majority on the Republican side, it doesn't mean they're really Republicans. There's a lot of rhinos there. There is a lot of I want to say a lot, but there is Democrats that run as Republicans. And they do that so that they can have more seats. Republicans in disguise, Democrats in disguise, wolves in sheep's clothing. That's what I think. And so these people, they think we're stupid, and maybe to a some point, maybe we're a little bit blind, with it. But we're not stupid. And people like you and I are going to get together and we're going to talk about it. So I don't want to lose you too much, but here we go. Back to 1913. Taxes. Okay, very small taxes. And it was just for the small percentage of rich people. Okay? Nobody else was paying taxes. Now, we're going to go ahead and go from here. Taxes have been kept getting raised and raised and raised. In states like California, like New York, states where they have a federal, a state tax, a city tax. Let me tell you something. There is a lot of people working, which makes a lot of revenue for the government, not for the people. I want to be clear. It makes a lot of revenue for the state. So it looks like, it's the largest economy, is bringing in trillions of dollars. Okay. The problem with that is that it's not going to the people. The taxes are not being used the way they're supposed to be used. They are used in useless projects like a bed of flowers above the bridge, above the freeway. That is useless. It serves no purpose. And then you have this train that never got off the rails. Billions and billions of dollars. And the people can't afford to live in California anymore. Man, I couldn't afford to go to work when I lived in California, and this is back in 2009. I couldn't afford to go to work from Fullerton to Hollywood, to West Hollywood. It's about a 25-minute drive. I had to fill up my tank twice. Sometimes I'd be stuck in traffic in the morning for 3 hours. It is crazy. My boss thought at first that I was irresponsible because I would leave an hour early from my house. It's a 25-minute drive. I left an hour early and I showed up 15 minutes late. Son of a bitch. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to leave an hour and a half early. And I was still 15 to 30 minutes late. And I said, hey, boss, listen, I know what it looks like, but believe me, I am giving myself plenty of time to be here on time. As a matter of fact, from now on, I am going to take a picture of the traffic, and you can track my location of where I am. So I left 2 hours early, and sometimes I was still late. But this time I was prepared, and I told my boss, hey, look, listen, here we go. Here's the report from the traffic today. I was leaving, I kid you not, I was leaving 3.5 hours earlier. It was just ridiculous. Traffic it was horrible. And then it started to turn into, it wasn't just traffic in the morning from south to north. Now it was traffic south to north any time of day. It doesn't matter when or what time you will come in, but you would just have a lot of traffic, right? So it does have a lot to do with the population. And, there's always a lot of illegal immigrants coming through the border by the thousands. And I get that. They come in. I mean, one time I was driving on the freeway and this drunk Mexican, and I know he's Mexican, because the Mexican flag in the car. He was driving drunk and he was trying to pass me. I couldn't move forward because there was a car in front of me. The guy gets pissed off, gets on the right side of me, and he throws a beer can at me that he was drinking and hit my car. That sucks. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, but here's the thing. Listen, it's not that I am a traitor to my Hispanic people. It's just I know my Hispanic people. I know my Latin community. I never been disconnected from it. I have never been disconnected from it. And so I know the good and the bad, okay? But the point is that in California, you're paying federal taxes. Obviously, that's for the federal government, and that gets dispersed, amongst the other states. But then you get state tax. The state tax, it's actually it's actually property tax. It's like, how can I explain this? It's income tax. It's not considered. It's considered property tax. That means that's your money. You know what I mean? You're not buying a product. You're not. I don't know how to explain it, to be honest. I really don't know how to put it in words. But it's sort of like, this is not something that you're like federal taxes. Okay, that is a you're paying for every state to have a budget to work on. State income tax. That is unconstitutional here in Washington State because it's considered property. Our money is considered property, so there is no income tax. Now they passed it recently. We'll see what happens. It's in court right now. Okay, but the point is that not only are they collecting the federal taxes, which they send to the government, and then the government sends back the money according to the population that they have. Well, they figure out a way to allow more millions of illegal immigrants to be in California so they can get more money federally. Whatever. That's not even it. But now you have a city tax. That is crazy. Like, as if it wasn't enough, you're taking away city tax now. On top of that, now you have a gas tax per mile. What? I don't know if that went through already, but that is ridiculous that somebody will think it's okay to do. It just doesn't make sense to me. And so I am looking at these Democrats, and it seems like they just love taxing the people. They don't understand the idea of, okay, if you want to make more revenue for your state, you should really create more jobs. You should create more jobs. The thing is that people don't understand is this. Even if you're, and this is to SoCal, even if you make the most revenues and you pay the most federal taxes, it's not the government. It's the people that are being abused with it. Okay? So they collect all these federal taxes, and yes, there is other states that don't make that much money. Well, they're United States of America. So in a way, we got to stop thinking like individual states. Oh, man, Methany's back. How are you, brother? You have to think about this way. California is not a country. It's a state. And if California is not being ran correctly, then all the other states that don't have much income will be affected. So the logic to me is, okay, so Washington State, of course, we want Washingtonians here, right, to be taken care of. We do. We want everybody to be able to collect money and be prosperous, etc. Oregon sucks. Okay? Oregon sucks. California and Washington State, we're doing okay. But Oregon sucks. So they need help. So they need to get some more money. And the worst thing is that the Democrats, brother, I'm serious. People don't know that I'm a Democrat. I got to keep saying it now. From now on, I got to say it. I have been a Democrat for a long time. Okay? And I have noticed that the party, as everybody knows, has left us, period. So I'm not a Republican full-time, and you can call me a swinger. Oh, boy, that's going to bring me some bad comments later on in my videos. You can call me a swinger. But the reason why I do that is because if a party is giving me the wrong policies that I know that are going to harm this country, I'm just not going to support it. So right now I'm supporting Republicans. because they got the right policies. They're getting the right results. You know what I have gotten from Democrats in the last 12 years? About 3 decades, but in the last 12 years and specifically, lies. Lies about everything. And let's not even point out, man, there's so much history. There is so much information, guys. I'm sorry if I'm jumping all over the place, but there is so much information out there. Every single Democrat that has come against us and Trump, where are they at now? Look what's happening to them. Look at little wildcat, Ilhan Omar. She put those nails away, didn't she? Yeah, first, wow, 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 wow. Yeah, she was scratching all over the place, talking all this smack. Now, I don't have to tell you jack nothing, she says. Right? Oh my gosh, bro, Crystal, bro. I got something, oh my goodness. I'm telling you, bro, it's all about equality. It's all about equality. I will get there. Let me unravel the news. Let me unravel the news that I have for you, okay? It's a lot of information, brother. Listen, Jason Martin, Robert, Brian, you guys know that I can talk forever, bro. There's just so much information. And the reason why you can talk forever is because it doesn't get fixed. It's still there. They don't fix it. It just gets worse. You know, it's like you have this hole and there's a little sprout of water coming out, and you put your finger on there, right, like the cartoons, and then you put the finger in the other hole, and then another one comes up, and then you're running out of fingers, and you don't know how to block it. That's how it is today. It doesn't matter what happens. So here we go. Now check this out. Everybody that has gone against us and Trump, listen, we are not going against the country. I have always stood my ground on that. I really want this country to be good. So I want you to know, everybody that has gone against us has lost. Democrats have lied to us for way too long. And I'm going to start off with the Russia collusion, right? Obama is in deep shit right now, okay? Obama said he didn't want redistricting because that goes against democracy. But then now he says, 10 years later, that we should redistrict. And that's exactly what happened in Virginia. How is it fair to have a 10-1, 10 Democrats, representatives that don't give a shit about American citizen Republicans? They're going to be representing only Democrats? 10-1 in Virginia, which we know that is almost 50% split even on the population. You're going to tell me that 48% of the Republicans will not be looked after? That is crazy. That is crazy. You got to be able to see. You got to be able to see what the problem is, right? You got to be able to see it. And then, not just that, but then you have the problem with Hillary Clinton. And now Hillary Clinton came over and started saying all these things about Trump. And maybe today she is against her. But I'm going to say this. It was Hillary Clinton that said that if she was president, that she was going to bump the shit out of Iran. The same thing that Trump is doing, but Trump is doing a better job. Trump has no Benghazi. Trump doesn't have 30,000 emails deleted from her server. Trump doesn't have any leaked information. As a matter of fact, he punishes those who leak information. The Clintons leaked all over the place. Just like a brand new puppy. They don't know where to pee, they just pee anywhere. They were just puppies. Peed all over the United States of America. They peed all over the military. Let's be honest. They allowed crazy men to believe that they are women. It was embarrassing to see an old, ugly, fat-ass man looking like a woman or pretending to be a woman. Disgusting. Disgusting. Now, that's not to say that, if you're fat, listen, I like him chunky, you know what I'm saying? I am not prejudiced with that because I think that the majority of the reason why people stay together is because of what they have inside. There is some people. Let me give you the biggest example of why I say this. Yeah, she was anti-gay marriage, and she was also pro full-term abortion. It's crazy. Now, before you get, hold on. Before you get old, lefty, emotional, and start hating me for saying fat and ugly and all these other stuff, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give you an example of why, to me, that's not offensive. And why that should be a reason for you to change the way you act. Now, you guys may have heard, what is this rat on my... Hold on. I didn't, let's put it on the right side because, oh man, I love this hat. Oh, it just feels just right. Now listen, now the reason why I say what I say is because of this. The Bible says, now guys, before I get there, remember, I love Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. Oh, I need to put one of these in my coffee. Now, you know what? I can drink it like that. The Bible says that Jesus Christ, Jesus the man, of course, God is beautiful. He's perfect. He's amazing. But Jesus Christ was ugly. What? Dennis, what are you saying? Blasphemy. And that's because a lot of people think that, Jesus, if you're black, Jesus is black. What a handsome, beautiful, strong black man. No, he wasn't. Well, he was white. Oh, the blue eyes and the beautiful wool hair, like the Dennis Herrera show hair. No, he wasn't. He wasn't brown. Well, he was from an area of the sea, so I will assume that he's some maybe light brown skin, right? But the point of this is that Jesus was made without attraction. Okay, Jesus was made without attraction according to Isaiah. But what happened? What did Jesus do? What happened? What happened when Jesus came into a town? Somebody put it in the chat. Let's see what happened. What happened when Jesus came into the town? I want you to be involved. I want you to go ahead and get in here. Get in here. Let's go. Laugh out loud. There are grannies on here with more viewers than you. What a loser, says Elevation Nation. Thank you for elevating the nation, TV. I agree. You know who else has more views? Some weirdo doing this on the microphone. I don't know what the hell that is. But let's agree that he was brown. Tanya Sammer, how are you, big sis? Mwah. Big hug to you and a big kiss. Good to see you on here, sis. Hey, listen, in Elevation Nation, you know it's true, bro. You know it's true. Look, listen, I've gone through the feed. Now, I don't know if these people like promote. If I promote, I'll probably get, thousands of views as well, but I don't promote. Listen, I have gone through like in my feed, right? I go through my feed and I'm like, who the hell is watching this? Like, I don't know. Like, wait a minute. You telling me that I'm here entertaining people. I'm doing my research. We're talking about politics, news, and religion, and we're talking about friendships, and we tell stories. You're gonna tell me that sucks compared to somebody just doing something stupid on YouTube? I don't know how many subscribers I'm going to get for those 5 seconds of stupidness. Stupidity. Stupidness. That's a new word. Oh my gosh, bro. Listen, I don't get it. Maybe there is a purpose. Maybe somebody's mental, thing gets kicked in, distracts them. I don't know. Like, I used to have this little spinet. What do you call it? Spridget? I don't know what it was called. But, I used to play with these things. Like, I used to always have my stress balls. And, I always have to be doing something, right? To keep my mind clear. I don't do that as much. But I do this. My nose itches, or I'll scratch my face. I'll do things that you normally just wouldn't do. Let's see. I don't know how these people get all these views, bro. I really don't. I have gotten 3,000 viewers on my channel. Fidget spinner. Thank you, Magic Man. You know what I'm talking about. You know you got one. The purple one. You know you got the purple one. The fidget spinner. That's the one. Spinach spinner. Oh man, you know what? I love the fact that I can pronounce all the words, even after 4 decades of being in this country, bro. There's just some words that they just don't make sense to me. I have a problem if I think about it. I have a problem with bowl, right? Like a soup bowl, the bull, and the ball. What else? Yeah, those three words. Sometimes I can't tell. Like a hat is hot, right? Sometimes I can distinguish it. Other times I just can't. And I notice that Americans do the same thing though, because I say, "Hey, you were there," and they spell there, with a THEIR, and then the opposite, right? So, yeah, it's not just me. I do have a little bit of dyslexia. I put letters and words backwards, and I think that's probably because of my Spanish, and because up here I'm always thinking 100% in Spanish. Just so you know. All right, man. I go all over the place. We were talking about taxes. But here we have today. Okay, let's just go ahead and jump into the nitty gritty. And what do we have? And now I'm going to speak specifically. If you know your state, SoCal, you know your state. If you know your state, then you're going to speak about your state. Okay? Thank you, sis. I told you guys. I told you I was going to get a cowboy hat. I'm going to make this thing about hats. One, because I'd be losing my hair, and I still have a lot of hair, but I am just preparing for the future. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. But I am the man of hats. I am a man that wears many hats. And that is exact. That's one slick hat. Says fire. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm glad you guys like the hat. Thank you for the compliments. Stop it. Stop distracting me. Don't let the hat distract you. Oh, by the way, normally the hat only comes with one band. I got two of them. I got two bands on it. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. Maybe I can put my eagle feather on one of them. Maybe next time I'll put it on. I do have eagle feathers. They're not real. Don't worry. I didn't go kill no eagles. I didn't go disrupt their nest. Plus, it's so high I can't get up there. But I got some fake or imitation of eagle feathers. I do like them. The whole idea was that I was gonna put a couple of them on my hair, but well, I think that pretty soon this is gonna go away. I think I'm gonna just cut it all off completely. All right. All right, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward to today. So we didn't have any federal tax, no state income tax. Sales tax has been going higher and higher every year. It's a progressive tax. But the problem is that now, to the time that we're in today, the Democratic government, I don't know what is going on with them, but President Trump thinks, if we get enough money from tariffs, right, then you don't have to pay federal taxes. Imagine that. You don't pay federal taxes. Now, people say, well, the consumer pays the tariffs. Well, here, let me tell you why. Oh, man, how do I feel? I am 100% towards tariffs, just so you know. I'm in support of tariffs. I have told you guys stories about, people that have small businesses and they want to make bank with importing from China, importing from India. I don't mind, by the way, this was made in America. I don't mind people, trying to get the hustle, right, to make the money. No problem. No problem. But I've always been a person that believes, okay, if I can do this business, I'm going to give it a shot. But if I can't do it because it's too costly, I'm just not going to punish the American people. I'm not going to punish my consumers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to punish my consumers by raising the prices. Now, here's something that you need to know. That when you have a business, if you're a business owner, you know this already. But there is a thing called cost of doing business. Charging more because of your tariffs doesn't mean that you're going to take advantage of the people. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. What am I saying? This is what I'm saying. On the real. This is what I'm saying. If a business raises the price, right, because of tariffs, but they are going to deduct tariffs as of doing cost of doing business, COD, right? If you raise the price so that the consumer pays it, you just ripped off the consumer. Because you got to wait for you to do your taxes to get that money back. Now, Ricardo, this is bullshit right here. You ready? Costco, right? Costco and other people, other big corporations, check this out. They're about to get a $166 billion tariff refund. You see what I'm saying? A lot of corporations, businesses are about to get those tariffs back. Now, let me ask you, have you thought about this yourself? Have you thought about saying, wait a minute, I remember you said that I was paying higher prices because of tariffs. So now that you are going to get $166 billion in tariff refunds, where's my money? Where's my money? You raised prices on me because of tariffs. You got cost of doing business deduction from your taxes, and now you're getting a tariff refund. Where's my money? You see what I'm saying? What do you think about that? Somebody, give me an input. Give me some input on that. Somebody, put in the chat. What do you think about that? So, the people, see, you have to understand something. There's nothing against Costco. I love Costco. I think Costco is fantastic. But I'm against the abuse towards the people. That's what pisses me off, right? That's what pisses me off. And so I love Costco. Don't get me wrong. I got my membership, etc. And I pay the premium. I do get money back because I shop there a lot. But that is the problem that I have. Ricardo, in a way it is. It is our fault. But, so now it's because we don't have the balls to stand up against them, Ricardo. Like for me, I can't just say I'm not going to pump gas. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need it. It is what it is. They know how screwed we are. They know they got us by the balls, my friend. They got us. Nothing ever gets passed to the consumers, says Jay. Absolutely. That's what pisses me off. But the whole thing is, wait a minute. So now we're going to refund, right? Yeah, it's us now, right? Even though the consumer has been paying. Think about it, right? We've been paying for it. I don't think so, but whatever. We have been paying for these tariffs, okay? Let's just call it that way. Okay, all right. We pay for it. Now what? What are you suing? Why do you think that you're entitled to a refund from tariffs? What the hell are you doing for us, the consumers who actually paid the tariffs? Because the way that they got us hooked on these tariffs are horrible. Now, remember this. I guess I am cooking a little bit. We're cooking a little bit. It's the new generation thing. All of you guys that are old like me here, you guys know that we don't know this shit. But this is what the youngsters today say. We are cooking. We're cooking. You know what I mean. So look, so they said all these things. See, they tell you the consumer is paying the tariff. And I'm thinking, okay, my man, how you doing, brother? And I'm thinking, okay, the consumer is paying. But here we go. It just doesn't, it doesn't click with my common sense. Think about this. Okay, there is a period of hardships. Okay, I get that. There's a period of hardship. So the corporations, the companies, they have used the excuse to price gouge. They use the excuse tariffs. Okay, well, now they say tariffs is a tax, which is unconstitutional. Ooh, can't do that without Congress. Shut up. I think it's bullshit. But anyway, check this out. Are you still with me? Check this out. They tell us that we, the consumer, are paying for it. Okay? So we're paying for it. It is a burden. You and I are fighting each other. Tariffs, no tariffs. Tariffs, no tariffs. Okay, we fight. They divide us with this fear-mongering. More than Andy. They divide us with this fear-mongering. You and I are fighting. I'm pro-tariffs. You are against tariffs. And we're like, shit, here we go. But the reality of it is they fear-monger you, just like the stock market. The stock market is not the economy. Now, you can make a lot of money and you can lose a lot of money in the stock market. But that's not the economy. The economy of the country depends on the local money. Not the stock market. It depends on the local actually circulation of the money. But again, I'm gonna go ahead and say it again. They blame tariffs for raising prices. They say the consumers paid it. Okay, we paid it. But then they have a cost of doing business, which means that we paid it, but they're going to deduct that anyway and get their money back. And now they're going to get a refund on the tariffs that we paid. The consumer paid. They said that. The consumer pays, they said. Oh, we don't want to raise the price, but the tariff. So our customers got to pay. Okay, we did pay. So why are you asking for a tariff refund? Are you trying to stop more? Why are you trying to, as we say in our Hispanic community, why are you trying to screw us? I don't like it. And you shouldn't like it either. You shouldn't like it either. But I want you to understand this. Democrats, I'm sorry, guys. That's just the way it is. Listen, they left us a long time ago, so I shouldn't even apologize anymore. F them. They forgot about me. So F them. They have been lying to us for too long, okay? Now, I want you to understand something. I know a cheater when I see one, okay? When Texas, and I know I'm going around, but just bear with me, okay? Stay with me, please. Use your common sense, use your critical thinking, and stay with me. Texas did a redistricting to overpower Democrats? No, to make it fair, according to what's going on. My own humble opinion, redistricting should be 50-50. A whole reset across every state, 50-50. That is representation. That's just my humble opinion. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong, okay? But they have lied to us from the beginning. They have all Democrats, and I'm sorry, but the truth is the truth, and I can't change it. But all Democrats have sworn an oath to support illegal immigrants. Mandani, right now in New York, if you don't believe me, the most recent, Mandani in New York, says it himself. The American taxpayers will pay for illegal immigrants to have free daycare. That's crazy. That is crazy. You know, I came to this country. My mom brought me to this country, actually. But I love this country because I think it's a fantastic country. It is the land of opportunity, but it belongs to Americans. It doesn't belong to illegal immigrants. It didn't belong to me until I became an American citizen. Isn't that fantastic? Don't you wish that every migrant thought the same way? Sorry, the wife. It's bear with me. As a matter of fact, let me know what you think about this. Did I put music on this? I don't know if I did. All right, let's do a quick test. All right. I think I put music on it while I talk to my wife. Give me a second here. I want to say thank you to my members. Here we go. Hopefully this works out okay. All right. Did that come out okay? Did that come out all right? Let's see. Oh, it did. Okay. You like that little MJ there? A little NJ right in the middle. Oh man, let me read some comments here. Let me read some comments here. Uh, I see you, Andy. I see you, Unc. Oh man, that's funny, bro. I might just have to welcome her back tonight, just with the hat on. Oh man, let's see. Jason says it's called basic math. At a certain point, tariffs are so high that companies would stop importing. At that point, tariff revenue would be zero. So here's the thing. So that is actually a good point. The whole thing about it is that President Trump just kind of made the comment, right, that it would be nice to get rid of the federal income tax, and I think that'd be great. But the point that I'm making is, okay, that tariffs has been a good negotiating tool, okay, and we have manufacturers coming back. Some states are already giving Trump thanks and praises. They praise Trump because they have a lot of money coming in, billions of dollars into the economy of these poor states. Poor because their leadership has allowed them to become poor, just as they're doing here in Washington State. But hopefully something changes so that doesn't happen, okay? But here's the thing, at least President Trump is saying, hey, how about we get rid of taxes, right? And the Democrats that we have in power, they're the opposite. How about we just raise more taxes? Now, all of these things that I'm talking to you about, that we're breaking up and coming back and just kind of circling around, and listen, I like to be as interactive with you as much as I can. Oh, thank you for the super, Emma. Emma is on my landscape mode. Just drop a super 5 on there. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. But here's the thing. They have, we have the federal tax that we have to pay, our sales tax, which is one of the reasons why we shouldn't pay state tax, okay? We have sales tax, and the sales tax just keeps getting up higher and higher. I get it. Inflation, it should always, go up according to, with inflation. I get that. But the problem is that they are using things like changing the name of the taxes. like a surcharge, like a fee. They're changing it into an excise tax, you know, property tax. They do gains tax. I mean, for Pete's sakes, they charge us taxes as we die. If we die, like they don't let you die in peace. If you die, they still charge you a tax. They call it the death tax. Oh my God. You can't make this up, folks. You cannot make this up. Man, I'm telling you. What's it? Jean Prophet. Listen. If you get rid of taxes, who's paying for public schools? That's what sales taxes are for, moron. If you get her taxes, who's paying for the military? That's what federal taxes are for. What else we got? If you don't understand why that is a big problem, I am so sorry. I can't help you. And if you're in the military, thank you for your service. But your brain is not there for economy, is it? But anywho, you have an inheritance tax. Why do I have a problem with these taxes, doggone it? Why do you think I have a problem with an inheritance tax, with a property tax? Why do you think I have a problem with those taxes? What happens to my tax money? What happens to my money before the employer pays me? What happens? Now, some of you are very bright. I know that. But what happens before the employer pays me? What happens to my money? Tell me about it. What happens to my money? We'll get there, sweetheart. We'll get there. I gotta shake my coffee because of the mushroom coffee that I add to it. Oh yeah. It gets taxed. So I pay taxes already on my money. Right? I'm done. I pay my taxes. Fantastic. So what happens to my money when I give it to my son? Inheritance tax. They tax it. And when they buy a car, when they buy property, they pay taxes. What happens when you sell the car? You pay taxes. Everybody knows our dollar is worthless because they get taxed over and over. The same dollar gets taxed so many times. At some point, you got to be upset about it. You got to be upset about it and be like, wait a minute, but I just worked all my life. I worked all my life to buy this house so I can leave something for my kids, and I paid a lot of interest. I paid a lot of taxes. I sacrificed all my life. Now, I'm talking about just the people that really have to do it. There's rich people that don't have to do all that stuff. I get it. But I'm talking about the rest of us. How is it fair that you paid a house, you paid the taxes on this house for 30 years, and because you can't pay property taxes, the government just comes in and takes it away? What kind of bullshit is that? Who are the retards voting for this sort of taxes? Huh? You can pay taxes while you're buying the house. I get it. You can pay taxes while getting the house. But once you own it, it's yours. You shouldn't have to pay taxes anymore. And so a lot of people go homeless because their income is fixed. It's very minimal. Cost of living is getting up there. Please, there are so many taxes, we're not even going to talk about it. Let's just say we have a lot of taxes, okay? Payroll withholding tax only gets paid quarterly, every 3 months. And every 3 months, they also have to pay for the sales tax, for the what do they call it? It's not retail, for reselling as well. So they pay a tax when they buy something. Some get exempt. Some get an exemption from tax, because if you have a business, the way that it works is if I buy products, right, from a company, which preferably they should be here in the States, not internationally. If I buy product from a company that is here, and I'm gonna have a permit to resell, I'm gonna resell it, and then depending on the city where the buyer is, I'm gonna charge that tax. And every quarter, I gotta pay. All that tax that I took, I gotta have it all in the account, and then I gotta pay it every quarter to the Department of Revenue, Tax and Revenue here in your local city. So there's a lot of. We're not gonna go into details about how this business taxes and all this stuff works, right? But it is something that happens, and all I know is that Democrats they like to just charge more taxes. They don't do anything to attract more companies, more businesses. Listen, I like the idea of taxing the rich, and I think a lot of rich people will agree with me that there really wouldn't be a problem, but at some point, just you as a consumer. Think about this. Corporations, business owners, and people that are going to hire more employees, they are the customers of the government. They really are. They're the customers. And if the customer says, okay, well, how much taxes you want to charge me? Okay. And what's the benefit? Oh, hell no. No, we ain't paying that shit. We're not coming to your state. We are not doing business with you at all. Coyote in the house. I see you, man. Don't think you're hiding from me, man. How you doing, brother? Good to see you on here. Here we go. Here, I'm going to show you why I am making this point, and I try to give people examples of why I have a problem with all this tax. Okay, always tax. This is the answer from the socialist Democrats. Just tax. Forget about it. Just tax. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them because they're not the ones paying it. That's why it doesn't matter. But we do. Check this out.
A proposal that came from philanthropy. It was advanced by the former mayor of the city and the former county executive. It came over to our council and the city council where we modified it. I worked on that legislation at the time to make sure that we changed it from the proposal that would have had it as a standalone, separate entity governed by folks with lived experience that would be impossible to dissolve, to a partnership between the city and the county overseen by elected officials that could be dissolved if it didn't work. Sadly, after hundreds of millions of dollars put into it and a series of audits in 2023 where the Homelessness Authority, responding to a state audit, a county oversight audit, and federal review, said that they were going to get their house in order. They have not done it. We have advanced them tens of millions of dollars. They have overspent their budget. They cannot account for the dollars on a material basis. And our problem and challenge with respect to unsheltered people on the streets has not gotten better, it has gotten worse.
You see what I'm saying? That is crazy. You can't just pay taxes and not say anything about it. Hold on. Sorry about that. I have to sign in so that you guys don't get commercials. All right, here we go. That's my problem, right? We don't mind paying taxes, but it got to go to the right place, because if it doesn't go to the right place, we are just pouring coffee on a broken cup. And you keep pouring coffee thinking that you're going to enjoy and drink, but all the coffee just spills down. There's nothing on this cup. There's no benefit to keep pouring coffee if I can't drink it. What the hell am I pouring for? You see what I'm saying?
The former mayor of the city and the former county executive, it came over to our council and the city council where we modified it. I worked on that legislation at the time to make sure that we changed it from the proposal that would have had it as a standalone, separate entity governed by folks with lived experience that would be impossible to dissolve, to a partnership between the city and the county overseen by elected officials that could be dissolved if it didn't work. Sadly, after hundreds of millions of dollars put into it and a series of audits in 2023 where the Homelessness Authority, responding to a state audit, a county oversight audit, and federal review, said that they were going to get their house in order, they have not done it. We have advanced them tens of millions of dollars. They have overspent their budget. They cannot account for the dollars on a material basis. And our problem and challenge with respect to unsheltered people on the streets has not gotten better, it has gotten worse.
Yep.
There is no justification to continue this organization. We need to have an orderly transition, back devolving the responsibilities to our respective governments, Seattle being the lead in the city, King County as the regional government playing an important role throughout the region, and partnering with our 38 suburban cities. As Councilor Herrera said, I have asked our staff to prepare legislation. We call it a motion, call it a resolution, and introduce it before our council. That, under the interlocal agreement, starts a 1-year period, or up to a year, to, in an orderly way, dissolve this. There will have to be some work with respect to the finances, a partnership to look at that between the city and the county, because they're in the hole, and we're going to have to work together to figure out how to get out of that. But it's time to head in a new direction and to acknowledge that this process has not worked. It has added an unnecessary, ineffective layer of government that has not been accountable on our region's most pressing challenge, and it's time to end it.
And I'll just add, Councilmember Dombowski, that both the city and the county are committed to working together to solve this problem. That's what led to the original creation of the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. So thank you for your words. We'll take questions now.
So what's the big idea in another year if you don't have the KCRHA?
That's a great question, Chris, and that will rely on the mayor and the county exec, along with both of our council bodies coming together and figuring out what the next steps are to continue to address our homelessness problem.
Yeah, I would say that I think you're seeing a shift from Mayor Wilson in policy, where she is taking the reins, I think with support of her council, to open up a significant number, hundreds of new shelter beds. King County Executive Zahalai, his first executive order was on accountability, the second on shelter and housing. So already our governments are taking the reins in this policy area and taking action, and frankly that's evidence of a failed KCRHA. And we have our Health Through Housing program, the city runs its stuff, and we have great trusted community partners in this space that know what they're doing. The Salvation Army, DESC, Lake City Partners Ending Homelessness. We have folks out there that we can and do partner with. This is a matter of administration and how to effectively administer the dollars that we have with accountability and with some results.
What is your message to taxpayers, especially when they're now seeing that their money has not been properly tracked, and who should be held accountable for this?
I would say to taxpayers that that's why Councilmember Dombowski and I are calling for the dissolution of KCRHA right now, is because we are holding both our cities and the county accountable to the taxpayers, and because we need to act swiftly. This didn't work. And to Councilmember Dombowski's point, this started out with the best of intentions. Both the county and the city had for years been tackling the homelessness issue and what to do about it separately, and we had funding that we had allocated to it, and it just made sense to do this regional approach. So we did enter it with the best of intentions. Now that we see via the audit in 23 and 24, and now with this latest forensic evaluation, between 23 and now, some things had been put in place to try to give the KCRHA an opportunity to fix the issues, but now we see those have not been fixed. So this is why we want to take swift action now to dissolve this entity and continue to work. And as Councilmember Dombowski said, both the city and the county are doing homelessness work and helping folks who are unhoused across both the city and the county. So we want to make sure we are accountable to those dollars that we're using for that purpose and making sure that they are going toward actually helping folks on the ground.
Taking a stance like that, can you drill down on that a little bit more? Because you just relied on the work that you're doing and that you will do in response to what do you say to taxpayers? I think the question is, what do you say to taxpayers? You're waking up this morning, cost of living is higher, affordability issues with all of your campaigning, and now they've learned that up to $13 million of their money has been wasted. Is the appropriate response, I'm sorry? Who says I'm sorry?
The response is, this is not acceptable. This is egregious, and we need to do something about it, and that's why we're calling for the dissolution of this KCRHA. We agree with the taxpayers. This is not okay. It's not okay. So we found out about this report yesterday. I did yesterday, and that's why I'm calling today for a dissolution of this entity, and we need to do something different because the mismanagement of funds is never okay.
How specifically can the city or county manage the money better than what the regional homeless authority did?
That's a great question.
Well, I think both of our governments have, well, not perfect, much better track records. We are audited regularly by the state auditor's office. At the county, we have our own internal auditor. We have our own structures. We know how to administer and manage, for the most part, contracts. And in the housing space, we're pretty good at it. Look, every now and then there's a stumble or somebody does mess up. But the challenge with the KCRHA is you had devolved and removed accountability. And we had this federated board of electeds that met once a month. And if you go and look at the minutes, much of the recent meetings seem to be more about internal problems and executive sessions and not about driving a solution toward homelessness. And helping folks that are on the street. So the structure of how you oversee federal or these dollars is important. And this was too complicated. You have two boards, the elected board, you have the implementation board. You saw fighting for years on those boards. We have more transparency, we have public hearings, we have accountability, more direct connection to the taxpayer.
Speaking with Fox 13 here, I want to ask, do you all have any expectation or either of you looking toward anything close to a criminal investigation?
I've seen nothing yet in the financial reviews that would indicate there's been any criminal conduct. I can't say that there hasn't been. One of the things that was very concerning, and I know Councilman Herrera and I talked about this, was the state of the record keeping is apparently so bad that while they didn't find fraud, they couldn't assure us that there wasn't any fraud. So, I've got legislation that I've been introducing with Councilmember Dunn and Council Chair Perry to set up an Inspector General's office at the county to make sure that all of our contractors and internal functions can be investigated if necessary. Having a strong office. The city has one of those already, largely focused on public safety. But to answer your question directly, we haven't seen any criminal activity yet, but I think there's probably more work to do.
Was it just a waste?
So this was established in 2019. You just said you've been fighting over the years. Why has it taken this long after all these systemic failures to come up here and say let's pull the plug now?
Well, there was that thing called the pandemic that slowed their start. So it was formed. It took them a while to stand up the operation. And so, you wanted to give it some time. It took a little longer than was expected. Stood it up. They started their operations. We were building something from scratch. And we did not, frankly, I think, have the right initial leader. and there were a lot of problems there. And then, the first warning shots came, I think, from our providers in the community who said, we're not being paid on time. We're out here delivering service on the street, and this organization can't get us paid. There's months and months of delay. Some audits were done, right? The state audit, the county audit, for oversight, Grace and Flags, they had a response. They said, here's what we're doing. We're going to take care of this. That was 2023. It's now, this audit is through July of 2025. It says they haven't taken care of these things. Cats get 9 lives. This organization has had 10, one more than it should have. It's time for it to go.
KCRHA's issues notwithstanding, unwinding it would be very complicated and time-consuming. Are you confident that that process will end in a result that will better serve people living outside? Like, is the complicated process of unwinding this going to lead to a better result? Are you confident in that?
I don't think there's any way to predict that with certainty, right? But there is one thing that's certain, and that is that this organization has failed. Failed to manage money responsibly, and failed on the mission to reduce unsheltered homelessness. Remember, they started their first 5-year plan with a $12 billion proposal. It was so outside the realm of any reality that it really, we wondered what was going on with it. Now, recently they reset that, they've refocused. What I think most electeds here want is a focus on unsheltered individuals living on the streets to get them inside, and not a bunch of bigger picture social issues that this organization tried to take on in the beginning. I think that when you have more direct lines of authority from the county executive, the mayor, and the 2 councils, we can drive a better result than what we're seeing here. Without 100 staff layered in to administer 200 contracts and 150 to.
So we have witnessed so many times, over and over. I'm not gonna torture you through the whole interview here, but I am definitely not surprised. Not surprised. There's 54 minutes of Mandani holding a briefing on deed theft. We're not going to go there. We're just not going to go there. But that's the problem that we have here now. What's crazy is that I wish that it was something that was being tried out for the first time, and this is not working. But no, this has been tried out for a long time, and also Oregon has done the same things that Seattle is doing right now, and Oregon failed. They ran out of money. This is something that I've been telling people, man. In order for you to run any socialist program, you need capitalists to grow. You need money. You need to encourage more jobs, more companies. You got to give them tax breaks. Being mad at them for making money is not going to help your socialist cause. It just doesn't. I wish that people understood that. I wish people will actually listen to it and understand that. I don't get it. Like you see this has failed. Like there's proof. This is what happens. And the same thing is happening here in Seattle. Let me go ahead and share with you guys what I share with YouTube, okay? Let me just share to you. Pablo, I don't know who you are, bro. I don't know who you are. You don't know me. Don't come over here disrespecting me if you don't know me, bro. You don't know me. You either be nice or just keep going, bro. If you don't like my show, just get the hell out and keep moving. But don't come over here and just troll. If you don't help, get the hell out the way. How am I an idiot by fighting for the people? Tell me, how am I, anybody tell me, how am I an idiot because I'm fighting for the people? I'm fighting for those who pay taxes. How am I an idiot? Tell me that much. Who's the idiot? The one that is being loyalist to a party that keeps lying to them? Keeps destroying this country? Or to somebody that woke up from those lies and is actually here talking the truth? I'm giving you examples. I'm not just talking shit over here. You see what I'm saying? I am pro-America. Let me go ahead. Get rid of this. Let me go ahead and share with you. I don't know if you're going to be able to read it, but I'll try to make it as big as I can. This is one of the emails that I sent to YouTube, okay? Let's take a look. Here we go. This is what I put on my Word so that I can show it to you guys. I said my issue, maybe I can read it. No, it's too small over here. Maybe I can make it bigger. Let's see how far we can go. All right. Let me just read it to you from here. My issue with this policy, with YouTube, I'm talking about YouTube. My issue with this policy is that it's not consistent with the YouTube content, and therefore it should be updated to be fair across the whole platform. For example, many short videos show shooting guns, handling guns, etc. This is part of the YouTube policy that they say that I am violating because of a comedy skit. So here's the thing. I said the news outlets not only show guns and shootings, but they also show missile attacks, etc. To punish some and not others is not right. As I've clarified before, my video is a comedy skit with obvious fake guns and should not be counted as a strike, nor should it be hidden from the public. Speaking of public, I have noticed a huge drop in traffic to my channel lately, and most of the people that come through my channel say they love it. Most of the subscribers tell me they don't get notified when I am on and they have their alerts set up. My concern is that there is a lot of people who just hate. They threaten my life and lie about my information being misinformation. These people who don't like me constantly threaten to shut me down by reporting me with multiple accounts and sharing with other people that disagree with me to block my channel. I hope YouTube always takes all matters seriously, but that was a but instead of a but. I also think they should protect content creators a bit more since we're actually making money for YouTube. I think that's fair. And so I got the email today, and they told me I don't have a strike on my account, but, you know, that the content is not going to be shown. So there's going to be no more of our comedy skit being played. Listen, I don't like the rules any more than you do, but it is what it is, and I don't give a shit about all these haters like Lord Crimson. Why did he get blocked? Poor guy. Okay, yeah, see, there you go. We don't need that shit in here. So if you're not going to be productive, if you're not going to be giving us constructive criticism, just get the stepping. Get going. Keep moving. Don't stop. Don't even scroll. Don't even read comments. Just skip. Don't worry about it. Don't burden yourself, and don't burden any of us. We don't need your burden, okay? Matter of fact, man, I'm going to help you out, and I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of him, period. There you go. All right, now he's gone. You know, I try to be nice to people. Somehow they just don't care. They just don't care. And we're going to label you just because I think it's to me. You're going to get the label for today. There you go. There you go. All right. Shiptar says you got TDSS. Oh, man. You know, it was crazy. I love it when you members just tell them, bye-bye. Bye, Felicia. Don't worry. I only gave him a 30-minute timeout, and you know I'm going to be here for hours. So you're all good. You're all good. I got a lot of things to cover. By the way, I don't know if you guys have already watched it, but we're going to watch Trump's last speech. There's a couple of them that we're going to go. One of them is, and I think they're both in the Oval Office. Yeah, they're both in the Oval Office. So if you haven't seen it yet, we will go through it and listen to it together, okay? So don't worry. We got enough. Here is another thing that will corroborate that Democrats, they just keep lying to us. And we just keep hoping that people will take the blindfold off and just start listening. Start listening to what we're saying. Don't just listen to the leftist media that hate Trump, because unfortunately, when people hate Trump, right? If I just hate Democrats, I will never be able to communicate with them. I will not be able to conversate. But the problem is that every Democrat or leftist podcast or channel out there, they are automatically hating everything because of one guy, because of Trump. I don't want us to be the same way. I don't. But I'm also not going to tolerate people coming in here and making racist comments and being hateful and prejudiced and all this other stuff. We're just not going to put up with that shit, okay? So, yes, the numbers are down. That's okay. That's okay. I don't worry about that. As a matter of fact, I will just say this. You guys should enjoy my content right now because I do this hours and I interact with you guys. You can go watch PBD, which I love. I love PBD. I don't watch it all the time. Once in a while. There's other podcasts that I listen to that I like. I think sometimes they're good and sometimes they're bad. But I listen to all. I just don't listen to them all the time. And you know what? I see people chatting and chatting and chatting. They don't give a shit about your chats. They don't. I do. Right? I'm not saying that I'm better than them. But what I'm saying is appreciate that I'm making that time for you. And that's why when I say, if you're going to support my channel and you put super chats on there, that's what it's all about. Because eventually, I'm not going to be doing this long. I want you to know that. I'm going to be putting my videos out there, and I'm going to get paid off those videos. But you will not have the interaction that we have in this show right now. Unless I see that there is more ways to make more money, stay and doing lives, I will continue to do lives. But if there is no money going in, I'm just wasting my time because I won't be able to expand. I won't be able to advertise. I won't be able to do those things. And so it is what it is. And listen, Democrats or negative people are very loud. They're very annoying and all this other stuff. Thank you, Jason. They're very annoying and all this stuff. But if we as conservatives, as we as fighters for America first, we don't get the funds to continue on, it is what it is. And tactics got to change. We got to change other things. I mean, who knows? If I'm getting, if I start getting sponsors, and I mean, this should be really a conversation to have with just members only. But I want everybody to know I'm an open book. I don't hide anything from nobody. If the Democrats, if the socialist Democrats win, and they shut me down, it is what it is. That just tells me the way this country's going. Yeah, my man. I believe that I am recording my live streams, but it's just because I do very random subjects. You guys know that I don't have a script, and the way that I flow with you, I can't sit here. Like, for example, this is what I mean, man. If I come in here and I give you 1 hour, right? Oh, boom, 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 done. I don't read your comments. I don't explain anything to you. I just throw that information out there and have a wonderful day. Then I can grab clips from that. But when I do a live like this, I can't sit there and listen to 3 to 4 hours of my live to make short clips. You know what I'm saying? And I tried the auto engine. I don't like it. I don't like what it does. It just doesn't give me what I need. And so there is that hurdle to get past. All right, let me get my last little bit of the drops of my coffee. Oh, yeah. Fantastic. And that's one of the reasons why I appreciate you guys when you become members. You guys are my biggest supporters. Yes, I get it. It's not, hundreds of dollars to continue to move, but I appreciate the support. I think, it's always been like with jobs, right? In my job, they always say, okay, what's more important to you? Well, number one, I need to get paid. That's an automatic. But number two, I gotta feel appreciated. If you don't appreciate my job, then I don't want to work for you because I'm going to be miserable. See, I like doing something that I like to do, but I also know that I got to take care of my family. You know what I'm saying? So for the people that don't like me, of course they're going to be negative and they're going to do this and that. That's okay. But listen, I'm going to tell you this. I miss not being able to interact with you. Like it does. I do like it. And, the lip tarts do piss me off. But there is a lot of Democrats out there that they just don't have the information. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the information, and they're racist, they're prejudiced, they hate people that are prosperous, they are jealous of your success, and I've encountered all these people, and what they want. Okay, I watch these videos, and when they go and talk with people that are very pacifist, that are Christians, I noticed this is what they want. This is the reaction that they want. They want to be able to insult you, treat you like shit, and just degrade you, mop the floor with you, and they don't want talk back. That's how they are. They are bullies, they are hateful, and they will just be violent against you, and they want you to just sit there and take it. That's it. That's what they want. They don't want to have conversation. They just want to insult you, belittle you, bully you, and they get away with it. That's what they want. They're freaking evil. Well, if somebody's yelling on my face over here and the spit falls on my face, that's assault. Get the hell out of my face. That's not assault. That's defending myself. I don't want to say that. Jason Beatrice, I don't want to say that. My family is good, man. I got a great family. Are we as united as we used to be when my mother was alive? No. We're all adults. We have our own families. And though we don't see each other every day, we love each other. Most people that have been with me for a very long time know my sufferings. They know the things that have happened to me, and I'm very open. I'm an open book. But I can tell you that any of those people that have hurt me in my life, they're forgiven. I love them. I love them. And that's what Christ does in our life. We're able to forgive. Now, we don't forget, but we're able to forgive. I'm able to look at somebody that has hurt me, but it's all forgiven, and they no longer hurt me. I can have a great conversation with them. I can have a meal. I can have a drink. Now, I don't drink anymore, but I have a bottle that is like 12 years old. I haven't opened it, but, I can drink. I can handle my liquor. Let me just tell you that, okay? But, it's like it's that other people don't feel that way because they don't have Christ in their heart. I get that. We can cuss at each other. We can go off and this and that. But at some point, you got to check yourself and be like, okay, what are we supposed to do? Shiptard, what are you talking about? Israel first or America first? America first. Absolutely, 100%. I like it when people say fake Christian. What they don't realize is that they're judging themselves. They are judging themselves. Judge not, lest ye be judged. You might not like what I say, but it's true. I stand for the truth. It is what it is. Hey, potato chips, why are you following me? I don't understand. Why you follow me? Don't follow me. Shiptar, if you don't agree with what I say, just leave, bro. Don't troll. Don't troll before I block you. I don't mind blocking people. Let's see. Here's some information. Archmage says, what you don't realize is if you make a complete and utter fool yourself every time you go online, but hey, you're oblivious, so that's all that's important to you. Thank you, Tanya. Well, many people will disagree with you. So what do you think about that? I always tell people, tell me what. Go ahead. And guys, you guys are my witness. They never answer. Show me when I lied. Tell me one thing that I lied about. They can't. Tell me one thing that says that I don't love America. They can't. Tell me one thing that says that I support criminals. They can't. Here, Juan, let me help you out. Get the hell out. These guys, man. Juan, I know you're illegal. Don't come back to my channel. I'm going to call eyes on you. This guy come in here. Doesn't have any papers, I'm sure. Jaman, hey, thanks for stopping by, bro. Now get the hell out. You lost. You lost, man. You could have had so much fun. You could have had so much fun with us, but you are a hater and you gotta go. They have slogans, no conversation, says Lisa. Thank you, sis. By the way, Lisa is, she's more like an auntie, but I always call her a sister. I love you, Lisa. Let's see. Who else do we have? Anybody else that wants to take a vacation here? What's going on? Let's see. Jason Beatrice. Here we go. Anybody that comes into our chat, if you are a mud, except for Tanya, she's just there so that the lab streams leaves her alone. Tanya is the peaceful sister that just has love for everybody. She is not a disciplinary like we are, but we kick libtards off our channel. I'd rather have good company with me than bad company. You know what I'm saying? Quality, not quantity, they say. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Eddie Solano, of course, with that name. I know he's Mexican. Traitor, you must... Man, let me read the comment, bro. Come on, man. You must be thinking about yourself. I do think about myself and my future and my children's future. No. We're not taking calls. And you should. You should also think about your kids' future. You know, the one thing that I never understand is this. You know, I always say, you know, I love the country where I was born. Honduras, right here. Here's my beautiful flag right there. I love the country where I was born. I love it. I love it. Is there corruption? Sure. Yes, there is. Well, unfortunately, I can't play my favorite video anymore. Oh, okay. You know what? I can't play the video, but I can play the sound. Here we go. Ready? Somebody make fun of my accent. Here we go. Let's play it and see how it turns out. Okay? You guys won't be able to see the video, but you know what I'm talking about. Let's hear it.
Once a stronghold of forces loyal to captured dictator Saddam Hussein, the city of Tikrit, here in northern Iraq, is now firmly under the control of American forces. Or is it? These members of the Iraqi resistance movement, still loyal to Saddam Hussein, think otherwise.
The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing. Carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
Well, what do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying.
Oh, you see how they condescend to us with their subtitles.
Oh, maybe it's teletext, you know, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext?
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80-something...
Hey, how come he doesn't need subtitles?
Well, obviously he's comprehensible.
No, and I'm not!
Look, if you...
I speak perfect English. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Round the ragged rocks, the Oh!
The situation remains as dangerous and volatile as ever here in northern Iraq. While the rebuilding continues...
What? I can't understand you speak English. Where are your subtitles now? Oh, you think you're so good. Look at me. I got the subtitles.
Kerry Downs, Iraq.
Shut up!
And that's how we stick it to the man. We will still play our skit. We can't show it, but we sure can hear it. And it's still hella funny. All right, let's see. Ricardo has a question here. What's the question? You can, oh, babe, listen, I always want honest questions. Always want honest questions. Let's say Dub says he has a lot more common sense than what is in there now. That's a fact. Kenneth says true that he times people out who call out the lies. Kenneth Cadwell in the landscape mode chat. Tell me one thing that I lie about, Kenneth. You've never been able to prove it. Haley, 100%, she says. Haley de la Cruz. Ricardo, come on, man. Hurry up and ask the question, man. I can't be sitting here all day for you. All right, I tell you what. We're going to go ahead. I talked to you guys before about Virginia, right? I talked to you guys before about Democrats running as Republicans and admitting it on the podcast. Admitting it in public. They get elected as Republicans and they work for the Democrat agenda. Yeah, Dub says he's times out repugnant idiots. That's right, man. I love these people, man. Dub, you know what, man? Here's what I got for you, man. I got some flames. You are on fire. You got my appreciation. Here's a bald eagle, a flag, and Trump says you are the freaking man. Bam! Right there. There you go, buddy. Appreciate you, man. All right, here we go. Ricardo says, okay. Oh, Ricardo, I've actually addressed this before, but I'm going to give you the short version. Ricardo says, how do you feel about Trump pardoning Juan Orlando Hernandez, former president of Honduras? Now, most of the people that are here with me that have been with me for a long time, they already know the truth. Let me give you the short version. President Juan Orlando Hernandez was a good president in Honduras. Was he perfect? Of course not. Nobody is. But he was fighting. He declared a war against the cartels from Venezuela. Yeah. He declared a war against the cartels from Venezuela and supposedly was working with the Biden administration. Check this out. This is true. He was working with the Biden administration. It was perfect. All of a sudden, boom, they put on the news. In America First. What's his name? No, what is his name? Shit, I forget who. I can't remember what the hell the name was. But they, from the Biden administration, Garland, that's one of them, right? Garland came out and say that President Juan Orlando Hernandez was a drug lord for the cartels. And that, you know, the people started making all this fake news and everything, right? And they said, oh, Juan Orlando Hernandez is laughing. And he said that he's going to bring tons of cocaine to the American people and make them snort it. That's a bullshit lie. But in Honduras, at the same time, there is a sports narrator, right? Sort of AJ, what's his name? Stephen A. Smith, right? But a Honduran sports narrator. Everybody loved him as a sport narrator. Merrick Garland, thank you very much. The idiot. Correct. He said the same thing that the pencil neck was doing over here, shifty shift. You know, he said that he had proof that Juan Orlando Hernandez was involved with the cartels. And you know what we saw of the proof? Nothing. Only allegations. Only allegations. Sort of what they did to President Trump. But check this out. The communists, the socialist Democrats are probably the stupidest people on earth. Watch this. When they actually threatened, by the way, they threatened his family in Honduras and say, you know what? You guys can have the presidency. I'm going to turn myself in. You know why? Because he said, I'm going to go to trial and prove to the Americans and the world that I am innocent. So he turns himself in, and check this out. What happens? What happens next will prove my point. Juan Orlando Hernandez, the one reason why he ran for president. Oh my goodness! Oh, I'm glad you asked that question. The only reason he ran for president, you have to understand something. He was a Speaker of the House in Honduras. There was a general, okay? There was a general that shut down 3 small planes that were bringing coke through Honduras to the States. It's a fact. The president at that time fired him. Fired the general. Pay attention to this, man. This is important. He fired the general that shut down 3 small planes that came from Venezuela with drugs. Check this out. Oh, man. I love being right about everything. All of a sudden, right, moving ahead to the time where President Juan Orlando Hernandez is the president and where he's turning himself in, he denied the validity of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela being a legitimate president. He never accepted it. The moment the Biden administration betrays him, they put all this false evidence against him. He is a lawyer himself. They said his lawyer was sick, so they couldn't represent him. So he said, give me the files. When he read the files that they were all lies against him, he said, I'm going to represent myself. Wait a minute. This is not true. Biden, this is not what we talked about. You said everything was great. What are you talking about? We all know about the digital pen. It doesn't surprise me, right? Digital pen. It is what it is. But what happens next? It's crazy. Millions of illegal immigrants will soon come through Honduras. And the president who threatened Juan Orlando Hernandez, which we know is her, she is the wife of the president who fired the general that shut down the 3 small planes of drugs coming through Honduras from Venezuela. She takes over the presidency, and as soon as she becomes president, she takes a picture with Nicolas Maduro and says, I acknowledge the validity of this scumbag in Venezuela, and takes a photo up. All of a sudden, drugs, man, all of a sudden, drugs multiply by the tons in the United States of America. Woo-wee! Thank you, Lord. Man, to God be the glory. It is He who allows me to see this. President Trump says, you know what? F that. We know the election was rigged. What he doesn't know is that God chose him to be president today so that we can see the truth for what it is. I'm going to tell you that just this little information that I just gave you, it's insignificant. It's nothing to what's really out there with information. And I'm going to tell you something. President Trump says, you know what? These guys, and this is what I love about Trump. He's a fighter. He said, these guys, they rigged the election. They lied about me saying go and do an insurrection at the Capitol. He didn't do that. They lie about that as well. All they do is lie, lie, and lie. That's why he got pardoned. Absolutely. 100% right. And then so Trump says, you know what? These guys are shitting all over this country. The only reason why he ran for president the first time is because we were getting screwed by China and everybody else through the tariffs. Plus, Mexico was allowing hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants coming through the southern border. So he said, we're going to build a wall. And we're going to make Mexico pay it. And then the ex-president of Mexico, Fox, says, I'm not paying for that puta wall. I'm not paying for the effing wall. Well, guess what? Here comes the tariffs. How much money are you going to give me, Mexico, for this wall? Well, he got that money already, didn't he? Mexico paid for it. They just thought that they were going to get the money in cash and say, hey, give us the money. No. Mexico paid not just in tariffs, not just on the way that we do business, but they send tens of thousands of their National Guard to go and support their northern border in Mexico. And that takes money. That's Mexico paying. That's not us. So let me just get to this. Trump gets into office. He hears about Juan Orlando Hernandez. He hears that he was set up by the Biden administration and the communist Xiomara, who just got kicked out of office by a person that President Trump supported and gave full sponsorship. They call him El Papi. El Papi. God bless the USA. Real American patriots. Even though Trump didn't serve in the military, he didn't let that bother him. He said, I'm going to go and do what these thieves can't do for us. Let me rephrase that in a better way. I'm going to go and undo what these thieves are doing to Americans. And he was called a racist because he put America first. He was called a racist because he blocked the border. He's a racist because he didn't want terrorists coming through our airports. El Papi, Brian, you got it, baby. So when you look at me and be like, oh, look at this wetback. Look at this spick. Look at this illegal immigrant. He's about to get deported by ICE. Man, if there's one thing that I need is I need to go take a selfie with ICE. I need to go take a selfie with the sheriff department. I need to go take selfies with all these people so that I can get something to give you. But I'm going to tell you, President Trump, that's what pushed him. He's a fighter. When people push me, I fight back. And they don't like me because what they want is they want to be able to cuss at me and yell at me. And they want me to shut up. Well, guess what? Up yours. Because we're going to continue to speak the truth. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. If you are new here, don't forget to give it a like. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, but only if you really like my channel. If you don't like my channel, don't subscribe and get the stepping. So now, if you want to know what a true racist looks like, well, here's a comment. Let me highlight this dumbass for you guys so you know what an actual racist looks like. Here we go. This is what an actual racist looks like right here. This guy right here. Bam. Okay? Only a racist will say that somebody trying to be educated, somebody protecting this country, somebody following the law, only a racist will say that is racist. Only a racist will think the president is racist because he's protecting his nation. How many times have I heard President Trump says, I love my Mexican people. I love my Hispanics. This is why Hispanics say Hispanics for Trumps. Latinos for Trumps. He kept fighting for this country and still does. And the leftist people, for some reason, once we say Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior, they think that we're just going to let them talk shit to us and that we are just going to stay quiet. Well, I am not that kind of Christian. I am so sorry to bust your bubble. But I am the whipping Christian. I will whoop your ass if you're hurting innocent people. That simple. I am the Christian that will go in that temple and start whipping people for gambling in the church. That's the Christian that I am. I like that. That was actually a pretty good one right there. I like that one. Let's go, Puerto Rico. Boricua's in the house. Man, I love my Boricua people. Just so you guys know, man, Boricua's are pretty cool people. There's some idiots because there's some socialist Puerto Ricans. They're stupid. It doesn't matter what state, what country, what territory. If you're a socialist, you're a dumbass. I don't know why. I don't know why. Zoe hates my laugh. He thinks my laugh is fake. Ah, man, I'll tell you what, I'm going to enjoy again a little moment of saying thank you to my members and those who support my channel. Thank you so much. And we got the Ingram angle here so that we can see what happened in Virginia. And this is just another thing that Democrats like to lie about.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingram. This is the Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. As always, thanks for spending some time with us. The Virginia lesson, that's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, Dems won the Virginia special election last night on redistricting, but they just lost a legal battle. In an order that was just issued, a circuit court judge in Tazewell held that the referendum was unconstitutional. The judge entered an injunction blocking certification of the election and denied a motion to stay pending appeal. Now, the state attorney general, Jay Jones, announced he will, of course, appeal this immediately. No surprise there. And this is ultimately going to be fast-tracked to the Commonwealth Supreme Court. It's hard to game this stuff, but I think it's probably less than 50-50 that the Democrats lose this. But the redistricting ballot initiative was worded in a confusing fashion. And it does have the effect, no doubt, of disenfranchising approximately 40 to 45% of Virginians who will now have zero representation or paltry representation for their views and their values.
Yep.
I know you campaigned for governor as a moderate seeking to represent all Virginians, but what do you say to constituents who feel this ballot measure was partisan and only serves the interests of the Democratic Party?
There are many other opportunities for them to look at my body of work as governor, the work that I am doing as governor, and see in that work that I am working for them.
Working for the people. She said stuff like, farming. She's focusing on the farmers and affordable housing, stuff like that. Nice non-answer, Governor. She is an insufferable woman. Now, look, you got to hand it, though, to the Democrats. They may not have a positive agenda to run on, but they don't care. For them, it's all about winning, and they mean business. On this, they went all in with their heavy hitters like Obama, huge money, and they ultimately beat Republicans by having better messaging and a better ground game. And they're not stopping there. As Senate Republicans agonizing, they hem, they haw over nuking the filibuster, well, Democrats are already planning to do it if they get back into power.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. We're going to keep the pressure on Republicans in every single state in the union to ensure at the end of the day that there is a fair national map.
All right, you heard him. Maximum warfare. Now, what do people think he means there? Holding polite debates? Well, Jeffries might be odious, but he is telling us what they intend to do. And it's to reverse every aspect of the MAGA agenda by any means necessary. Again, maximum warfare. Listen to what they say. Oh, by the way, they say Trump is dividing the country. Of course, the Democrats argue, using fourth grade logic, that Texas started it with its own midterm redistricting. And yes, it is true, Texas was aggressive with the timing. But at least it followed the state law by calling on the state legislature to vote on this, and then it was signed into law by the governor. It's permissible as well under Supreme Court precedent. But by contrast, the Virginia measure leapfrogged its own bipartisan commission. That was a body established to prevent this type of partisan gerrymandering. But Scamberger and others, look, they're going to defend it by arguing that since this was described as temporary in the ballot measure itself, it's legit. Well, again, this is something that the Virginia Supreme Court is going to have to decide. But again, Republicans cannot bank on a favorable court ruling here. They need to learn some hard lessons, and they need to learn them fast.
Team Jeffries has dumped more than $50 million into this. And they view this as an opportunity for the largest power grab that anyone can imagine.
Now, we need more than just money, though, to beat them. We need grassroots engagement. We need a Tea Party-like activism on the ground. So what's the point of having an RNC if the RNC doesn't see what's at stake here? But there is also a flip side here. Democrats are a lot more vulnerable than the media is letting on. Despite outspending Republicans, Virginia, 3-1, Democrats only won this measure by 2.9 points, meaning this underperformed Kamala in the 2024 race, which she won by 5.8 points.
Last night, this was a 3-point race. That's actually a 3-point overperformance of the Trump 2024 historic performance in Virginia. So just as a baseline for all the Democrats crowing this morning, if Republicans perform anywhere near on average the way they did in Virginia last night, we not only add seats to the Senate, but we add seats to the House, and we have a historic midterm.
My snap reaction last night was one of despair, being honest with you, but we should not fall prey to that. Instead, let's use this moment. We have no time for complacency, no time for defeatism. Let's dust ourselves off and fight. Remember, the left has no meaningful agenda to run on. They don't care about your standard of living. They didn't care about gas prices when Biden was president. They don't care about them now. They want to outlaw your gas-powered cars. They're running a campaign right now, mostly, to demoralize and divide you. Do not let them win. Yeah, there are historical headwinds, though, and it makes the midterms tough in the best of times. And yes, the war in Iran is not helping. But nothing is inevitable in November. The Democrat agenda is simple. Win by any means necessary, then nuke the filibuster to pack the court, open the border back up, give 25 million illegals amnesty, import more fake refugees, and impeach Donald Trump again. Then it's game over for America.
Even more. That's my point. Every single time. That is my point. Like I wish that you libtards will understand something. Do it and fight because it's what's best for our country. But you libtards never listen. That's why you never leer. You graduate from the leering center of stupid people. That is your whole point. Trump. That is your whole argument. You call him racist, and yet he's the one who has done more for any minority group than Democrats have ever done. Tell me, who's the real racist? The Democratic Party, who always tells the black communities that they're going to help them, and then once they win power, they screw them over? Who's racist? Those who want to pay lower wages to illegal immigrants instead of paying a fair wage to American citizens? Who is the racist? You dumb-ass mofos. Kenneth, you are a piece of shit. Let me just tell you that. You are anti-American. The hate that all you libtards have for Trump, that makes you guys shit. Libtard alert. Libtard alert. This is for all the libtards on my chat. You guys are so stupid. You have the hate for one guy, and you condemn the whole country. You condemn the whole country. I pray that God has mercy on us, and that you libtards will pay for your crimes. You sit here, come into a chat where we have Republicans, Democrats, Independents. We are a group of American people who want to put America first. We know what it takes to put America first. We have the best policies. We have the best policies. Put your policy against ours. Go on now. Don't be shy. Put your policies against ours. America first. Secure the border. You want open borders. Libtard. No men and women's sports. You want men to pretend to be women. Libtard. You want us to let China and the rest of these countries screw America. You don't support tariffs that are helping us make deals with the world. You're a libtard. Look at what China has built. China has built so many useless things, pretending that they're living in the future. But you know why they do that? While their people are starving? Because they're getting hundreds of billions of dollars of the American market. You libtards don't get it. You are so retarded because you allow liars. The socialist Democrats in power right now of the Democratic Party, they are liars. And they've been proven over and over and over again. Ilhan Omar, $30 million. Now it's $98 million that she's worth. She says her husband, money, it doesn't mean shit. She tells us that she doesn't have to explain jack shit to the American people. And that's who you follow and you believe? Please, man. If you want to be a fool, be a fool. But I'm going to continue to say the truth because the truth shall set you free. You're going to believe Kamala Harris, the one that was putting all the black people in jail? This is what Tulsi Gabbard ate her alive on the debate. And dumbass Biden grabbed her as a vice president. Biggest mistake. But I'll tell you how it works. A stupid president will grab a more stupid vice president. So when President Barack Obama put Joe Biden as a vice president, it's because Biden is stupider, dumber than Obama. He was so dumb, he will go on podcasts and say, you know, sometimes I wish that I can just put a little earpiece here and have an idiot do my job. And that I can sit in my sweats in my living room, drink my hot coffee, a little bit of cocoa with some marshmallows for extra flavor and decoration in my coffee, in my hot chocolate mocha coffee. And then what does Biden says? Biden knows he's a dumbass, so he's got to get somebody dumber than him. Let's grab Kamala Harris because Tulsi Gabbard, she's too smart. Tulsi Gabbard is way too smart. No way that I want to have her as vice president because she's going to know that I'm an idiot. And what happens when they get rid of Joe Biden? Kamala wants to run for president, so she's got to have a stupider person than her. Tam. Absolutely. You know the difference is? President Trump. Well, he made a mistake in the first one. Let's not get it twisted. He did make a mistake. And he did the same thing. He hired a dumb-ass person to become a vice president. But on his second term, he learned his lesson. And he grabbed the smartest and the best nominee to be a vice president, and that is my beautiful vice president, J.D. Vance. And I'm going to tell you right now, I love Marco Rubio, and I know that he's going to be a great president at some point. But I believe J.D. Vance should be the next president of the United States of America by the vice president, Marco Rubio. And then 8 years later, Marco Rubio can be president and Tulsi Gabbard can be the vice president. And 8 years later, she is going to be the first female president of the United States of America. Not because she's a woman, not because she's Samoan and Hawaiian and half white and all these minority things and she's a female and DEI is hiring her, but because she is worthy of being president of the United States of America. This woman has more brains than most men have brains right now. She's just not ready for the position of president. But when she does become president, she's going to be probably one of the most amazing presidents that this country in history will ever have. And I believe that. Because she believes in merits. She believes in truth. She's composed. She has what every leader needs to have. But right now, JD and Marco are the best candidates. And we need to milk this as long as we can. Because by golly, I don't want to be the generation that sees the tribulation happen. I want to make sure that my children's future is secured. So that they can grow up to be old enough to say, hey, I got to make these changes. You see where I'm at? You guys think right here. This is how far you guys can think. Me, I got to think way, way far ahead. You can't beat me. You just can't beat me. No matter how much you think you can debate me, you can't beat me. Because you're narrow-minded. You're short-sighted. You don't look at the big picture. You put hate and resentment before you start making decisions. Logical, common sense decisions. You get a little bit of religion on you and you think you know everything. And then you become a hypocrite. You think you know the rules and you don't know jack shit. You're a horrible player. Why are you playing? You suck. Go cheer on the sidelines. That's your job. If you believe in the truth, well, come on with it, baby. Join the team. Here we are. You guys can't rationalize. There is no critical thinking to your little tiny peasy brain. It is unbelievable. I show you clips so that you can think for yourself. Don't believe what they say. Take it with a grain of salt, as I always tell you about everything that I say. You libtards have to learn one day. We won using the so-loved democracy. You lost. Here's you, right here. This is the libtards. If you're watching me in my portrait mode, this is you, libtards. Crying and yelling about everything because you don't understand jack shit. NATO's coming in, trying to do what Trump has been telling them to do from the beginning. They never leer. They never leer. Man, I'll tell you what, man. I love all of you guys. I really do. If you're here in this country illegally, let me give you some advice. Number one, if you're here illegally, self-deport. Go back home. Go back home, save some money, get some land, become a good person, become a good citizen, a citizen that gives to the country, not take. And when you do that, then come back, but don't come back illegally. Apply for authorization to come here, get a visa. Visit, come back and forth. Don't abuse it. Don't overstay, because then you become an illegal immigrant again. And when you're ready to say, I want to be a resident of the United States of America, apply for it. You don't have to live here. Apply for it. It's a five-year waiting period, but at least you're doing it the right way. You can apply for a work visa, meaning that you can come in here and do business as well. Show the American government and the people that you are a man or a woman of their word. Second advice. If you want to be in this country, and this is the most important part, you are here illegally, shut the hell up. Stop waving your damn Mexican flag or your country's flag when you're illegal. Just shut up. Stay under the radar. But my first advice is the best advice I can give you. Instead, you are part of the problem. President Trump was right about everything. He loves the Mexican people, but he knows that the Mexican government is allowing terrorists, narcos, bad illegal immigrants, bad hombres in this country. And they're destroying our country. And most importantly for me as a Hispanic, they are destroying our Latino image. They give us Latinos a bad name. "40 arrested after feds bust the Mexican mafia." 40 arrested. You can say whatever you want about Fox News. It's one of the most reliable news outlets out there right now because they speak with common sense. See, every time that I listen to CNN, it is a hate towards the United States of America. Holy shit, I don't understand this. How can they say that the United States of America's military are losing this battle against Iran? We annihilated their military, their Air Force and their Navy. They're out there on little fishing boats calling it a Navy, which, by the way, access granted. Destroy these mofos. Matter of fact, I'm going to go into this morning's live with Pete Hegseth, the badass Secretary of War, with the baddest ass chairman, Raising Cain. But first, let's take a listen to this breaking news here from this Mexican mafia. Let's see what this is all about.
A major crackdown on the Mexican mafia, which operates here in the United States. More than 40 suspected gangsters now in FBI custody after raids in Southern California. The wide-ranging case dubbed Operation Gangster's Paradise involves murder, kidnapping, extortion, drug trafficking, and the feds say that they are not done yet.
We took a decisive action today against the Mexican mafia. Others were already behind bars, and some remain at large. Fugitives who will soon learn that there is no place left to hide.
With that, we bring in Bill Asaley, First Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California. Good to have you back with us again, sir. Thank you for joining us. So how is it that this mafia, Mexican mafia is the name of it, it's an American organization, that they operate largely from prison? How are they pulling that off?
Yeah, it's actually quite fascinating, quite unique. The members of the Mexican mafia are very limited. There's only a few of them, and they're all basically in prison. What they do is they get contraband cell phones, and they use encrypted messaging. They sneak the phones in. There's a lot of ways they do that. They also use visits with friends and family, including conjugal visits. They have all kinds of ways to get messages out. But in this case, we were able to infiltrate that network. We were able to get those messages, and we were able to figure out who the people were that were out on the streets carrying out their orders. They exert tremendous control over Latino gangs in American neighborhoods, and that's what this operation was about. Not only getting the members out of this state prison into federal prison, but also getting the people on the street that were carrying out their orders, and that's what we did yesterday.
I mean, is there any indication that they had any help on the inside to allow them to operate like this at the prison?
Well, when it comes to state prisons, yes, there are often cases where people are bribed or visitors bring things in. Yes, that does happen a lot. State prisons are not as secure as federal prisons. So this defendant, the main member, he'll be moved to a federal prison, a maximum prison. But there's a lot of ways to get communications out. But Martha, what this is really about is fulfilling what the president said. We're going to make America safe again. And that means using the Department of Justice for just this, to go clean up entire neighborhoods overnight. And today, Orange County is safer because we got 43 out of 47 in custody over the last 24 hours here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like an amazing apprehension to break up this very institutionalized organization that's running these gangs. This is the Santa Ana police chief on how they operate. Watch this.
Some sort of a hierarchy where they receive direction from higher ups in the criminal organization to, whether to extort or collect taxes from local businesses or the local drug trade. Usually a lot of the Hispanic gangs have alliance to the Mexican mafia.
So, Bill and I were just talking about this on set earlier, and one of the questions is the cooperation that it appears that the agency had with the Santa Ana police. We see a lack of cooperation in California when it comes to ICE and DHS and other operations. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, obviously when it comes to immigration, we get no cooperation, in fact, resistance. But when it comes to other crimes, such as gang crimes, violent crimes, it's actually surprising we have quite a bit of partnership with the locals. And it is a team effort. They can't do it without us. It would be much harder for us to do it without them. Everyone is very thankful for the administration yesterday. All the mayors and police chiefs were very grateful to the Department of Justice for our efforts because they know that they need us to come and do this work to clean up their neighborhoods. California has basically let everyone out of prison. There's half of people in prison in California as there was 10 years ago. They've decriminalized so many things. They need the federal government to come in and put these really bad people in prison for a really long time and get engaged in murder, kidnapping, assault.
It's really a racket. Just super quick because I'm out of time, Bill, but is this going to lead to pulling more people off the street as you get some of these people to turn evidence against those who are still out there?
Absolutely. It's always a cat and mouse, and it's always an ongoing operation. The FBI will be on them.
Bill.
Well. Let me tell you something else about the cartels. Let me tell you something. When we say that President Trump is out there trying to stop these criminals, all these terrorists, the cartels, etc., when we say that he is fighting not just for America first, but also other countries. Sad, true story. Fiji. I don't want to get it wrong. Fiji? Yeah, I think it's Fiji. Well, Tonga, Samoa, they are all starting to have a lot of problems with drugs. Now, one of the things the cartel believes is like if people don't want the drugs, they won't sell it, which is bullshit. We know that. Once you get somebody hooked in drugs, they got to keep having it. They got to keep having it. Yeah, I know how to read cursive. I know how to write in cursive as well. They teach us in Honduras in second grade how to write in cursive. So there is that. The one thing that a lot of people on the left don't understand because they're so narrow-minded and they're just short-sighted, it's that if we, as the United States of America, putting America first and fighting the cartels, which is, by the way, Claudia Sheinbaum, no, I don't think you're insulting me, Samuel, but somebody did put that up there before you, but I can read and write cursive. But listen, the Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, she has been against us trying to destroy the cartels. We're not trying to destroy the Mexican military. We're not trying to destroy the Mexican police. We're not trying to take out Mexicans at all. We just want to get rid of the cartel. You know what I'm saying? But for some reason, the libtards want to fight us. Why? Because they got something to lose. Let's be clear. Claudia Sheinbaum from Mexico, that president is a piece of shit. And I don't care what Trump says about her. I think she's a hypocrite, she's a liar, and she is the piece of shit in Mexico. She is responsible for political assassinations. She was in bed, so to speak, in bed with Nicolas Maduro. So was the President Xiomara from Honduras. They were all in the same bed. Cuba was involved. Nicaragua is also involved. And who knows when Nicaragua is going to get more action from us. But now, for now, they're not even on the radar. But I can tell you this. These people don't care about stopping drug dealers because they know Mexico gets billions of dollars because of the cartel. And that's a fact. They told the same story to Nayib Bukele from El Salvador. But that president says, I don't give a shit. We're going to get rid of all these criminals. And they did. And now El Salvador is thriving. Businesses are opening. People are able to keep their wages. They're able to make a living. So why knock it? Why knock it if it's working? Why knock it? So then we have this narco-terrorist. They own Fiji now with drugs. Australia is being affected by the cartels from Mexico. It is crazy. They are all over the world, I'm telling you right now. And it's getting worse for other parts of the world because the United States of America is kicking some ass against the cartels coming here. So now they're going somewhere else. And if you stop the United States from doing what they're doing, like the Mexican cartel president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is doing, they're going to continue to thrive. And they will go and spread it to other countries. And they're going to destroy all the civilizations, including the populations. You have to care. I only speak the way that I speak because I care about these things. You can see that way. I guarantee you 100%, not one of you people in here, not even my people in here, have even thought about that, about drugs in Fiji, in Samoa, in Tonga, in the Pacific, in Australia, in New Zealand. None of you. And for you who are with me and support me, I mean that with love. It's crazy. I wish that other podcasters will talk like that. Just talk about the issues. Bring it on. And I'm going to give you something. In Seattle, just as it has been in many cities, California, the states, California, Oregon, Seattle, we're probably some of the worst. But this happens a lot in democratic states and cities. Listen, they thought over here in Seattle that it's better to give people needles and drugs so that they can be safer. But what they're really doing is multiplying the problem. They're giving free drugs. Now, people can say, no, they're not. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. When the government stops ICE agents from doing their job, because the ICE agents are a federal organization, and then so is the FBI and CIA, which I don't trust CIA, to be honest. But the government in Washington State has been against ICE. A lot of these drug dealers, they come from Colombia. They come from Venezuela. How do I know? They actually say made in Colombia, in Fiji. All the equipment, the hoses, everything that they make all these little submarines with drugs for, they go all the way from Colombia to Fiji, to the Pacific Islanders, because they're stupid. They're ignorant. They're easy to corrupt, just like the libtards. They're easy to corrupt. They don't want to fight for the truth. They just get told, hate this guy, and then they go get loose. They don't look for information. They just go loose. Oh, my God. My party told me that this guy is evil. Let's hate him. Like the whole witch hunt that they had about the whole Russia collusion. Every person that has come against President Trump, we are finding out today, they are guilty of fraud and scams and lying, of punishing American people just to get at Trump. Like Virginia. The Democrat governor that is now the governor lied to the people so that they would vote for her. She said she was not going to redistrict. And the first thing she did when she got the power, redistrict Virginia. They're liars. The socialist Democrats tell you that they're fighting for democracy, but they can't help themselves and say that Republicans are the problem. You want our taxes, don't you? Well, represent me, mofo. Be fair. You can take my money, but you can't help? What is it? They contradict themselves, and people that are so loyal to the party don't understand what the hell is going on. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You gotta get with it. Yeah, let's talk about Texas. What happened in Texas? Let's talk about it. Redistricting. Why? Because we need to make sure everything is balanced across the whole United States. What's the difference between Texas and this right now? Go ahead, tell me, what is the difference? What do you see a difference? Woo, man. Go ahead, I'll give you some time. Tell me, what is the difference with redistricting Texas? Yes, by the way, they did do it earlier, but go ahead and put it on the chat. What is the difference if you know what the difference is? Go for it. I'll give you time. In the meantime, we're gonna switch gears a little bit over here. We're gonna switch gears a little bit. I want you to know corruption is not just on the leftist side. It's not just the socialist Democrats. It's not just the loyalists on the Democratic Party. Okay? I want you to know that corruption can be from anybody. From anybody. Republican, Democrat, and independents. Men or women. Trump asked Texas to redistrict. I'm pretty sure he didn't ask Virginia to do the same. Okay, but what happened when President Trump asked them to do that? What did they do? Huh? They didn't just draw a map and put it out there for the people to go vote. What did they have to do? What did they have to do? Thank you, Grant. Appreciate you, man. Much love. I want to switch gears here, and I want you to know terrorism, crime, lying, corruption. It has no creed, no religion. It has no party, no gender. You can find it everywhere. And we need to stand up against it and call it as it is. So go ahead and tell me what happened to Texas when President Trump says, hey, you got to redistrict this stuff. It's not fair. Redistrict. Let's get it straightened out. Something happened before they put it out to vote for the people. What happened in Texas? All right, let's take a listen to this while you think about that question.
Story. A counterterrorism official within the Trump administration is accused of soliciting rich men to bankroll her flashy lifestyle. A probe unfolded with a formal complaint filed with the DHS Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism, Julie Vivaro, a 29-year-old woman, as a man identified only as Robert B. filed a complaint with the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General, claiming Vivaro posed a, quote, national security risk. This reporting from the Daily Mail, also confirmed by Fox News, as Bill Maluzhin on social media says a DHS official tells me 29-year-old Julia Vivaro, a DHS Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism, has been placed on administrative leave, removed from her position while allegations of her being used of sugar daddies are being investigated. So this is a developing story we're following closely here on Live Now from Fox. More details on it as the man at the center of these allegations, described as a divorced father, told the outlet he spent some $40,000 on all of this, saying that the 3 months relationship began on a dating app Hinge. In his formal complaint, DHS Office Roberts said he believes Vivaro is under financial stress and our actions pose a severe national security threat. Let's be joined right now here on Live Now from Fox by Mark Zaid and Dan Meyer, two attorneys there specializing in national security and also government investigations. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Mark, let's start with you because this is a bizarre story, but an important one. What separates a messy personal dispute from a serious national security concern?
Sometimes not that much. And look, this is a really juicy, salacious story. It's great for the Daily Mail, but it has real consequences. This person is a deputy assistant, I keep forgetting, deputy assistant and secretary for counterterrorism at DHS. That's a huge position, especially today. Now, understand these allegations, which that's what they are at the moment, can be disqualifying. But, sugar daddy situations might not be illegal. It really depends on the factual context of it. But this could implicate sexual behavior guidelines, personal conduct, criminal behavior.
Remember Triple X with Van Diesel? The things that I'm going to do for my country.
I'm more concerned about the drug use allegations for when she held a security clearance. All of these would have to be investigated. But is there an issue with her doing it per se? Not necessarily. Is she subject to coercion, blackmail, anything of the sort? Would she care if this had come out? Beyond just embarrassing, right? We'll have to know about it. But there's two things. I'll finish with this. There's two things. There's suitability. Should she stay in the position? Versus, is she a national security risk and lose her security clearance? The answers could be the same for both, but they could be different.
Let's talk about those national security concerns, because Vivaro said this potentially is just a mad ex-boyfriend, talking about this report in the Daily Mail. This case involved...
the good old ex-boyfriend's mad at me. Let's hear this one.
Gifts, also financial benefits. What distinguishes that national security concern, Dan, versus just an ethics violation?
Well, Mark and I have dealt with these kinds of cases for many years now. The first thing we have to recognize is that we don't have many facts, if any at all. So these are allegations. But speaking hypothetically from the experience of other clients, there are several things that security investigators will focus on. What is hidden? What is embarrassing? Can that be leveraged in a way by a foreign intelligence service to make her leak classified information? Was there intimacy in these relationships? Did the exchange of monetary benefits rise to the level of, frankly, prostitution? I've represented clients who've gone on vacation in foreign countries, gone to the bar in the hotel, met a hostess, went to dinner with the hostess afterwards, and then the next day paid for a $600 cab fare, and then ended up defending themselves on a Guideline J prostitution.
Should have used Uber. Might have been cheaper.
Security concern during an adjudication. So that's the type of scenario that could be there. What actually unfolds is what the investigators will find. The first thing is the individual, as the clearance holder, needs to come clean with security, and they need to come forward with all the details. You don't want to leave them guessing on this kind of stuff, because if they're guessing, then you're going to have to explain. And in Washington, when you're explaining, you're losing.
And you mentioned the word hidden, and I want to get into that next, Mark. She's allegedly using a different name, Alessia, on some of these platforms, but she's also using the same profile picture across social media platforms like Instagram. How much weight might that give to investigators to say you're not truly being yourself on these platforms versus showcasing a different identity?
Look, it's not a very smart tactic, obviously, but neither is someone in her position engaging in behavior that could create potential problems. Now, I mean, I'm more concerned about why someone at that age, even though with a PhD, doesn't have enough experience perhaps to be at that level. But again, it will depend on a lot of the facts, as Dan accurately says, to learn. You could be engaged in what would be.
Hey, why they put a picture of President Trump with her as the sugar daddy? What's going on here, man? What's going on there? That's the sugar daddy right there? Come on, man. You're going to make Melania all pissed off about this.
Called, I'll say, morally corrupt to some behavior or just unusual sexual behavior. You could be a swinger. You could be a stripper. And you could still have a security clearance. It just depends on the nature of the circumstances and whether that rises to such a level that could, as Dan described, create a counterintelligence concern, that someone can blackmail or create a coercive environment. It's very fact specific, but she's going to be in a lot of trouble just by the perception of this for someone being in such a senior politically appointed position.
Yeah, she has a lot of explaining to do, as you mentioned, Dan, as well. We talk about this, potentially national security, coercion, that sort of function. But I want to ask you, are there any allegations about this, about unauthorized access to DHS and just technology, how they might infiltrate a foreign actor or someone else? Is that something that authorities, investigators are concerned with, the fact that they might get into the...
Now, I'm going to say this, guys. All right, so she's in the intelligence department, blah, blah, blah. Listen, we know that there's spies out there shagging, doing things for their countries. What's wrong with a little sugar daddy coming in there and doing that? And what man would complain about a woman giving it up? It really must be that mad ex. That ex must be pissed off and jealous of what she's doing. Now, I'm not saying go out there and do it. I'm just saying some things got to be done, And maybe it's not something that we would do, but... Let her have a little shaggy. You know what I'm saying? You guys didn't have a problem with Swalwell shagging Miss Fang Fang. You know what I'm saying? Let her get some action, baby. If you let the Chinese go, let the American go. Well, actually, she looks more Mexican, but we're going to assume that she's American. Better call eyes on that one.
System of DHS, Dan?
Well, that investigation has probably already started. So behind the scenes, once this is dropped with security, the first thing that happens is there's a complete scan of the technology involved. Was she using Xerox machines at an unusually high rate? Was she accessing the internet from her government computer? Was any of this done from the government computer? And then frankly, they can look at her home computer. There are ways of doing that to see where she was going from there. So they'll get a hold of everything they don't need a subpoena for. And then if there are any ties to others, phone calls to foreign individuals, internet contacts overseas, they'll do a complete link analysis. And if they then start to find a counterintelligence concern, that's when this gets bumped up to the National Security Division at FBI, and there's a more serious investigation. On the naming issue, this is a common problem people forget. When you get a security clearance, you need to list all your aliases, all the names you've operated under. And if you falsify that document, that's a guideline E personal conduct issue. So, when I see those sort of facts out there or people alleging those things, I start to wonder whether the individual got good guidance when they originally came into the system.
What type of repercussions, Mark, could this individual be facing if these allegations come to be factual, come to be true? What could she be facing in terms of consequences?
Well, the obvious one is loss of her.
Sorry, I was trying to reread the DHS bigwig put on leave after ex-boyfriend accuses glitzy terror official of 40,000 sugar baby scheme. Oh, man, this is a juicy one, man. I like this one.
employment, that she could be terminated. She could lose her security clearance, which would lead to loss of her employment because that's a job requirement. And as Dan describes, if she falsified her, what we call the SF-86, the Standard Form National Security Questionnaire, which does require 2 list aliases, as Dan accurately described, that could be considered as what we call a 1001 violation, a falsification statement. Now, those are rarely ever prosecuted, and I wouldn't expect it even in this case, in a worst case scenario for her. It is likely that she's going to be removed from her job, even amidst this allegation, even if she doesn't lose her security clearance, only because at the level of position she's at, this is not what you want in any agency to have to deal with. It's distracting, it's problematic, and even if the allegations are somewhat false, there's allegations, that he made some things up. We don't know. That'll be the investigation. It really doesn't matter how the allegations got to the department. It's the fact that they are there right now and have to be addressed.
Well, and whether she was, guilty of what she is being accused of, they still have to investigate those things. But listen, when Eric Swalwell slept with Miss Fang Fang, right? We know that that's wrong, and we don't know why they allowed him to stay in Congress. But let's not forget that both sides are doing the same shit. It happens to do when you have dishonest people. This is why I believe it's important for me to believe in God, to try to, have my moral compass focus in God, because it allows me to react to my weakness. Women is a weakness for most men. You know what? That's why I love my wife. I focused, and I'm not trying to be a hypocrite or trying to be, I'm this righteous man and I don't do anything wrong. And, no. What I'm saying is, I lived in the world, and I've been single and I have made many mistakes. But I'm married. I'm grateful. It's been a roller coaster, up and down, emotional, dramatic. It happens because there's always a woman involved, right? I'm just kidding. But yeah, but it's true. And so, I have all these things. But you know what, man? If you get married, be responsible for that person. If you don't want to be together, don't go cheating, man. Just end it and whatever. Go be miserable. But don't destroy people. Don't destroy people like that. Don't be that guy or that girl, okay? I'll tell you what. I find my wife, you can have a perfect shaped person out there. You can have big size, small size, medium, whatever size you like. None of those tempt me as much as I enjoy my wife. I love it. There's an understanding that we have. There's a feeling, there's affection behind it. When I'm upset, she knows why. When she gets upset, I understand. And we just can't see each other cheating on each other because we have seen each other cry. And so she knows that I do have feelings. Now, I don't cry all the time in front of her. I cried on her maybe one or twice. Once when I got married and another second time. And she knows when. And, I just enjoy my wife. I wish every man out there, every woman out there, whether you've been married 1, 2, 3 times, it doesn't matter. But I really wish that every man out there, it doesn't matter how old or your wife get together, right? Whether you're young or old, it doesn't matter. You know what I told my wife? And I know she laughs about it. And I want to tell you, my uncle was 77 years old, and this old man still wanted to go after his wife. That made me laugh, but it was very awesome. Very awesome. I told my wife, I said, baby, if God allows me to be 80, I want to be that old man that gets it down. You know what I'm saying? I want to be that old man that still gets the Marvin Gaye song and let's get it on. Oh, baby. Let's get it on. Sugar, let's get it on. You know what I'm talking about, baby. And giving yourself to me can never be wrong if the love is true. Woo! And I'm going to tell you something. It doesn't matter how old we get. I love my wife. All the imperfections that my wife may have, I love all my wife's imperfections. Because you look at this guy, crazy guy with the long hair and the crazy cowboy hat, which I freaking think is phenomenal. I think this hat is awesome. Woo! Man, it feels good putting it on, baby. I'm going to tell you, there's nothing better than to have your spouse and just enjoying them 100%. 100%. Glenn had enough. He said, okay, we get the picture. I love it. I love it, Glenn. Thank you. I love it. You know, I think that that we should encourage marriage more. You know, this is my second wife. You know, and unfortunately, the first one, I don't even want to talk bad about her, but you know, whatever. It ended. It's too bad. Okay. Yeah. Why horse? Nah. You. Why you think I'm singing, man? She's not here. That's why I'm singing, because she's not here, bro. Oh, man. No, but on the real, like, you know, we have been fed this sex and drugs and alcohol through rock and roll. You guys know what I'm talking about. Don't play dumb. You know, you guys know. You've been there. You guys are seasoned. You know, you guys are a lot wiser today. And I'm saying, you know, not that you don't drink or, you know, hey, listen, don't change those things, but now do it with your wife. Do it with your spouse. You know what I really find very amazing? When I see a woman, a wife, tending to her husband, you know, and giving everything of her to him. But the best thing to see is the man that appreciates that wife. I'm going to tell you, a lot of times, I feel I don't deserve my wife because she is really good. And I also feel like my wife doesn't deserve me because I'm not that good. But she loves me, and I love her, and we're together. And many people can say, oh, I'm wasting this time of my life. Oh, my God. No. Enjoy every day that you get for as long as you get it. Because nothing is guaranteed. Only thing that you're guaranteed is pain and suffering and death. That's the only thing that you're guaranteed. Everything else is inconsequential. You can choose to be happy or be sad, hateful, resentful, or optimistic and positive. You know, you can choose what kind of life you want. I encourage you, if you are married, make that woman the sexiest woman in the world. To even when you look at something, all you want is your wife. You know what happens to me when I go away to other places? Because temptation is everywhere. When I've been to Samoa, which I love so much, I love Samoa. It's such a beautiful place. And I'm hearing about drugs and all these problems happening now, which is very sad. But Samoa is beautiful. It really is tremendously beautiful. And there's so many women. There are so many women to pick from. Okay? There really is. And all I can think is, God, I miss my wife. I'm so unhappy in a place that I call paradise by the simple fact that my wife is not with me. When I went to Honduras for 3 weeks, Yes, I lost a lot of money in YouTube because, vacation, whatever. But as many Honduran women, and some of you that follow me on the live, I told you there's some women that were asking me to, bring some Marvin Gaye music on. You know what I'm saying? And good-looking women. Not trash. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They had the curves in the right places. And I would just laugh like, oh, my God, I can't believe she just said that. Look at this guy. This ugly guy right here. This ugly guy right here got a wife that loves him. If there is hope for me, there's hope for you, my friend, if you're not married. Robert, I'm calling you out. Something great is going to happen for you, if it's God's will. But you know what? The whole time, and I'm being honest with you, in my head is like, man, if I wasn't married, that would be a shag. Well done. And the whole time, I miss my wife. Doggone it, I want my wife. Listen, I hope that everybody's 18 and over in this channel. I get horny for my wife. Oh, boy. Don't clip that. I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to have to delete this channel. I got the hots for my wife, man. I love caressing her face. I love her lips. I love kissing her. I love feeling her in my arms. Now, I don't do that in the public. That's, this is private life. I don't want to go out there and, offend people with that. But you know what I'm saying? It's just such a good feeling to after 16 years of looking at your wife. You know what I'm saying? Grant says making shirts right now. Hey, I'm copywriting that right now. I get horny for my wife. You guys heard it here first. It is copyrighted, all right? You start selling, I better get a 15% at least. Minimum 15%. Man, I'll tell you this. If you are young, somehow, if you are young or old, it doesn't matter. If you come through my channel, let me just tell you, let me witness to you, there is nothing better than making love to a wife. Your wife. And I don't mean me, obviously you. There is nothing better than making love to your wife. And it's the same. Should be the same for the wife. Nothing better than to make love to your husband. Especially when God is in. Because you live for each other. You support each other. My wife is, she's my backbone. She really is. And if she wasn't in my life, I know God will take care of me anyway. But still, I think that my wife is, she's my inspiration. My children, I love my children. My daughter, she's my treasure. Of course she is. But my wife is my inspiration. I miss her. Wherever I go, I need her. And I told her, I said, I need to stop going alone when I go on my trips. I always ask her to come with me. She don't want to go. She's not a traveler. But she doesn't want to go. And I am so happy because I mentioned to her, I said, you know what? I want to go back to Samoa. I said, but there's always something missing. And she says, we're going to go together. Because I need to be right by my husband. Oh, man, I felt like a real man right there. Guys, if you're watching this show, welcome to the Dennis Herrera. This is the first time you come into my show. I am crazy. I am obnoxious. And I'm just crazy, period. But thank you so much for hitting that like button. I appreciate that. I do know that there is some of you members that just came in here. So if you do not like my channel or support my channel, I get it, if you want to leave. But I want to say thank you to my members for being my members. You guys mean a lot to me. Your support for me and my family, you guys are tremendous. I thank you for that. Enjoy my goofy dance. Gary, get your ass out of my chat, bro. Oh, man, this guy. You just can never win with these guys. Why is that? Here is, let me see. I'm trying to get something for you guys. Let me try to find it here real quick. We're going to switch gears. I'm sorry. I know you guys were enjoying that conversation. I know you were enjoying it, but I need to find, where is it? Let me see. Cho, where are you, my friend? Let me see. Where are you? Where are you? America needs to wake up to what is happening. Okay, we'll go back to that. Man, I switched the picture on here and I lost my link. For some reason, they just reset it on my Facebook. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm not even going to show you that. How the hell is that being showed in Facebook? I'm looking at this Facebook and there's this lady that just took a dump on the street and then just says F off to the camera guy recording her. She just pulls her pants up and keeps walking. That is crazy. This is homeless people. But there is a clip that I want to find for you here. I can't believe that they actually showed that thing. That's disgusting. Oh boy. Oh boy, check out this clip. Drugs. This is what drugs do. Sad, man. Sad. But this is the kind of stuff that our socialist Democrats support. The new union president for Seattle Police just ripped the city of Seattle, calling on the S word. Let's take a look and see what this is. Is it a video? No, it's not a video. It's a post.
Streamlab sponsorships. 0 platform fees. Guaranteed base.
Streamlab. Sponsorship. I need to sign up for the sponsorship. Bro, it's no joke, man. The drugs is crazy, man. It is crazy.
Powerful website you need to know about. Streamer.
This have sound. This is Seattle, guys.
Anybody starts coming on the lot, you're gonna get straight hell from me, like this guy right here. Get off the lot! Get off the lot, bro! Get off the lot, dog. Yeah, you climbing up as fast as I get off the lot, take your shit. Guess I put it as ain't nice, but I hate for me to be.
Man, I mean, business owners are so frustrated.
Contribute to the violence and I didn't win that. You brought I'm grown. I smoke like a vape bitch. Hold on, brother.
Man, are you having to do this on your own? Clear.
You wonder why businesses shut down in Seattle? You see what I'm saying? That's crazy, right? Now, why would somebody be against me telling you the truth about all these things? Unless they're criminals and they support the criminality. That is the only people that are against me telling the truth.
Clear everyone out? Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's up? Good. Yeah, great job. I mean, this is crazy.
Give this guy the credit.
Yeah, SPD. I mean, thank God SPD's here.
They're underfunded. They're understaffed. And these guys have been working their ass off to try to get adults to respect each other. So there's no respect when you come out here every day and look at the faces. Make sure you get all the faces.
Yeah.
Because you put all this on YouTube. So these are the faces that are either selling dope, or they smoking dope, or doing both. Or they're selling illegal shit right here, which SDOT is responsible for, okay? They won't go to Kirkland and do it. They won't go to Bellevue and do it because they're cowards. I go to Bellevue too. You get picked up so fast in Bellevue, okay?
These people are calling the N-word.
That's okay, because he can't step over here. He steps over here, he's going to jail, and then he's probably going to stay in jail because he just made a threat in front of an officer. You see what I'm saying? But I feel sorry for him because he won't get a job. He won't go to work. There's plenty of jobs in Seattle, but he's going to smoke dope and sell dope and hang out and disrespect everybody that works over here.
And there you go with unemployment. Unemployment. I wonder why there's so much unemployment in Seattle. I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it. Just can't quite put my finger on it. What the hell is going on here? Aerobics class. Some yoga going on. Drugs. It's not the money, it's drugs. You guys remember the 80s and the 90s when we used to have DARE? Say no to drugs and alcohol. Abstinence. No sex until we get married. We didn't listen. But the message was being delivered. Now the deal is, in the mid-90s or early 90s, they started handing out free condoms. Why deliver the message of abstinence when you can just wear a condom and you don't have to worry about, HIV or anything, or AIDS? You have other diseases, sexually transmitted diseases that came out. And one of the things that they've done here in Seattle is that instead of addressing the problem of drugs, they encourage the use of drugs. I kid you not. There is commercials on regular cable TV that say this: if you are a brother or a friend of a drug addict, listen to this, I kid you not. Do the drugs with them and teach them to be responsible. Who the hell is going to be responsible when they're under the influence of drugs? It's crazy. Well, you get AIDS through HIV. HIV is the virus. If it fully develops, you get AIDS. But the thing is, the message has changed. So we went from abstinence and supporting marriage to just wear a condom and don't worry who you sleep with or what disease you grab. And then we had the drug pandemic, which is what we got today. And you have people being dependent on substances. They used to have rehab locations. And I can't with this zinc roofer. Okay, I got to let you go, bro. I got to let both of you guys go. Have a good one, bro. We'll see you another day. We'll see you another day as well. I can't with these guys. These guys are not serious. These guys are either drug addicts. You know what? Forget it. I'm not even going to give you my attention. But anyway, so what they do is, instead of saying don't do drugs, check this out. They give you clean needles so that you don't spread disease. And then they give you Narcom. And so the problem is this. So Narcom brings you back, right? Most of the time. And what happens is, as a drug addict, this is because they do it for the kicks. They do it for the kicks. And when they die, right, just brain dead, when they die, Narcom brings them back. And that is an adrenaline rush that they get. The experience of getting high and overdose being reversed just encourages them to continue doing drugs until they finally just die. Why would you encourage this behavior? Now, listen, Socialist Democrats, I'm sorry, but this is just the worst thing that we can have in our country. You need to bring conservative back. You got to bring conservatism back. In Fiji, remember I mentioned Fiji earlier? This is what they do. They go out there and they hand out the drugs. Now, we are going to have a religious moment here. We will. I have found this Catholic nun. And it's crazy because I'm not a Catholic. But have a good one, Robert. Be blessed, brother. I found this Catholic nun that has been telling the truth with the Bible. And she stands against a lot of things that the Pope is doing wrong. And she has every right to call him out. Now, the corrupted people out there that want to defend the Pope, they don't really care about God. They don't believe in God. Some of these people, they either hate Christians and want to destroy them, so they support heresy. They support fornication, adultery. They support all the 7 deadly sins. June should be Veterans Month, not Gay Pride. I'm sorry. If I was governor in Seattle, there will be no Gay Pride Month. Not in Seattle. All these people do is walk out with their ding-dongs hanging out and their boobies hanging out as well, while little innocent children are being exposed to this perversive sexual behavior. It's disgusting. It's demonic. It's satanical. And some people like it. I don't. But this is Mother Miriam, and she's going to talk about why a pope cannot bind heresy on the faithful. Have I told you I like this lady? If you like what she says, her channel is called Mother Miriam's Highlights. Check it out. She's my favorite grandmother right now that probably doesn't have any kids, but she's still the age of a grandmother. And I love this lady because she tells the truth. Here we go. A religious part of our day.
Dear ones, this apostolate continues only because faithful souls support it. If Mother Miriam Live has been a blessing to you, we ask you to donate at thestationofthecross.com. God bless you.
There you go.
We have an email from Debbie who says, "Hello, Mother," from Facebook. "A blessed and holy Easter to you. I'm Roman Catholic and follow the traditional Latin Mass. We are very obedient to our clergy and have been blessed by a very good bishop." Oh, that's so good to hear. There aren't too many left. I'm so glad. "My question," she said, "Mother, if a pope does issue an ex cathedra or ex cathedra, meaning out of the chair of Peter, heretical teaching, and we know it is heretical, are we excommunicated due to disobedience to a false vicarage of Christ? And what of schism?" The answer is absolutely not. The Pope is not infallible. I just give this general explanation because not everybody is totally clear on this. So when the Pope speaks, he's not infallible. He's not impeccable. He is a sinner like we are, and he should know the faith well. And he is ordained to guard the deposit of faith. When he speaks error, whether it's by, I don't know, by any means, we know it's error if we know our faith, and we do not.
Hold on, Mother Miriam. 13 Moorish men. This guy. Bro, you got to be retarded. I'm sorry. If you're retarded, I apologize. You are really retarded. But the 7 deadly sins, bro, that's what we call them. Why are deadly? Why are they deadly? Because we can lose our soul by giving ourselves into these 7 deadly sins. That's what we call them, deadly. I don't understand. Hey, we got a moron in the chat. anyways, I can't with this guy, bro. He's an Aboriginal native, and this is not a country, he says. Mother Miriam, I apologize. Go ahead.
Never need to obey error. But when the Pope speaks ex cathedra, ex meaning out of, cathedra, the cathedra, the chair of Peter, when he speaks a doctrine on faith and morals only, has to be faith or morals, that he is speaking from the chair of Peter, that is a solid doctrine of the faith that he binds on the faithful to believe. There have been very, very few of them through 2,000 years. The last one was the Assumption of Mary in 1950 under Pius XII. Very, very few ex cathedra statements from the Holy Father. We might be able to count them on both hands. It's a rare thing. Pope Francis, for example, spoke much heresy, but none of it was ex cathedra. None of it was binding on the faithful. Pope Leo is also following in Pope Francis's footsteps, unfortunately, but nothing he has said or taught is an ex cathedra statement, which you have to declare it's out of the chair of Peter. Ex cathedra, that means binding on the faithful to believe. It's very rare. But if he does, your question, if he issues an ex cathedra heretical teaching, that's impossible. He could teach heretically, which this pope and the previous pope have done and other popes have done. But if he binds it on the faithful, then he will be removed from office. Then he will be a heretic. Because someone teaches heretical teaching doesn't remove them from office. But if he binds heresy on the faithful, then he will be removed as an heretical pope. So, no, if you know it's heretical, you're not excommunicated due to disobedience. We are never, ever bound to obey what is heretical teaching. Never. If we disobey what is bound on the faithful to believe, then yes, we're excommunicated. So you are never in disobedience to a false vicarage, as you say, of Christ. Never. And what of schism? No. You are not in schism if you disobey what is false. It is the Pope who, by issuing that, has caused schism, not the one who disobeys false teaching.
She's so cute. She is so cute. I don't think I'll ever get tired of saying that. You know what? I give credit where credit's due, man. And I'm not a Catholic. That is a real nun. Hey, Susanna. I love people that stand for the truth You know, just like I respect you if you're a Democrat, Republican. I don't care what party you are. I respect you if what you stand for is the truth and that you are looking out for this country. You know what I'm saying? You got my respect. And in the same way, I'm not a Catholic, but if this nun right here, she's speaking from the Bible, which is the truth when it comes to Christianity, and she's right. And she's not loyal to the Pope. She's loyal to God. We're not loyal to a party. We're loyal to the country. You see, that's how my brain works with things. And so if she speaks a good message, man, by all means, give her, you know, credit for it. To God be all the glory, but you can still praise her. To God be all the glory. All right, I want to say this. We're going to get to our political side of this, which is, well, we've been political in the morning, all morning today, but I know Pete Hegseth had a live today. So let me find that live. I think, was it, who did I like it best from? Let me get it live from Fox. I think Fox has it right from the start. Give me a second here.
Old and
yeah, okay, yeah. All right, here's an update from our awesome Secretary of War and our great chair, Raising Cane, baby. Let's go.
It out all took years, decades. Vague missions, shifting sands, little to show for it. Operation Epic Fury has been laser focused from the very start, as I've said to all of you. Clear mission objectives, and ultimately Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. It's a bold and dangerous mission, a gift to the world, historic, courtesy of a bold and historic president. That mission continues today, in this new phase, as Iran has an important choice, a chance to make a deal, a good deal, a wise deal. As part of that effort, the United States has imposed an ironclad blockade that grows more powerful by the day. From the Gulf of Oman to the open oceans, our Navy is enforcing this blockade without hesitation or apology. Now, as usual, there's a lot of false information out there. I'll say this, every ship that the U.S. believes meets our criteria, either Iranian ships or to and from Iranian ports, has been turned around. As of this morning, 34 total. Non-Iranian vessels are allowed to transit, and many have, including overnight. Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that had left Iranian ports before the blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not. We seized their sanctioned ships, and we will seize more. Our blockade is growing and going global. America's military is unmatched, projecting power, denying passage to adversaries, and protecting our interest at the time and place of our choosing. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the United States Navy. To the regime in Tehran, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in control, nothing in, nothing out. Iran's battered military, the IRGC specifically, has been reduced to a gang of pirates with a flag. They cloak their aggression in slogans, but the world now sees them for what they are, criminals on the high seas. They don't control anything. They're acting like pirates, acting like terrorists. They're the ones who lay indiscriminate mines, who shoot at random ships, who killed 45,000 of their own people, innocent protesters in the course of weeks. Their own people. They are the bad actors. The vessels that the Iranians seized in recent days, a couple of them, they're not American ships. They're not Israeli ships. They're just random ships that drove where they drove their little speedboats up to and shot at those ships with AK-47s. Anyone with a speedboat, a gun, and the wrong intentions can do that. They know that we, the United States of America, control the flow of global shipping, and we know that they know. Their real navy is at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf. It's worth saying again, for 47 years, Iran has been at war with America, killing our citizens, our soldiers, and our allies, while previous administrations looked the other way. The real endless war is the war that Iran has waged on us for 47 years. President Trump is the only president with the guts and moral clarity to finally do something about it. I see it every day behind closed doors. President Trump's fortitude is unshakable and his mission is crystal clear. President Trump said it again yesterday. We have all the time in the world, and we're not anxious for a deal. And I hear him say it every day in private as well. Iran knows that they still have an open window to choose wisely. As we said previously, choose wisely at the negotiating table. All they have to do is abandon a nuclear weapon in meaningful and verifiable ways, or instead they can watch their regime's fragile economic state collapse under the unrelenting pressure of American power. A blockade as long as it takes, whatever President Trump decides. Because the bottom line remains the bottom line. Iran will never get a nuclear bomb. The choice is theirs, but with this blockade, the clock is not on their side. Moreover, President Trump has authorized the United States Navy to destroy any Iranian fast boats that attempt to put mines in the water or disrupt passage through the Strait of Hormuz, to shoot and kill. Our commanders have clear rules of engagement. If Iran is putting mines in the water or otherwise threatening American commercial shipping or American forces, we will shoot to destroy. No hesitation, just like the drug boats in the Caribbean. It's also worth saying, this should not be America's fight alone. We barely use the Strait of Hormuz as a country. Our energy doesn't flow through there, and we have plenty of energy. Just look at the new global Congo line, headed to Texas. A beautiful picture. Europe and Asia have benefited from our protection for decades, but the time for free riding is over. America and the free world deserve allies who are capable, who are loyal, and who understand that being an ally is not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. We are not counting on Europe, but they need the Strait of Hormuz much more than we do, and might want to start doing less talking and having less fancy conferences in Europe and get in a boat. This is much more their fight than ours. On this core mission, America's will is unshakable, our capabilities unmatched. Our blockade is only growing and going global. And as the president said, we have all the time in the world. Iran has a historic chance to make a serious deal, and the ball is in their court. Either way, the War Department stands ready for what comes next, locked and loaded. May God continue to bless our warriors each and every day and on each and every mission. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Today marks 55 days since the President of the United States ordered major combat operations against Iran. Today and this morning, the Joint Force remains postured and prepared to recommence major combat operations on the order of the President. On April 8th, the President announced a ceasefire, and last week, at the President's direction and on order of the Secretary, U.S. CENTCOM began enforcing a blockade against all commercial vessels going into and out of Iran and their ports. Simultaneously, the U.S. military, in support of the U.S. Department of Justice, was ordered to conduct maritime interdiction operations against sanctioned and dark fleet vessels globally. This operation also began on April 8th. And what I'd like to do this morning is update all of you on those actions and activities. First, as I mentioned, U.S. Central Command continues to maintain a strict blockade on all the ports. We're enforcing the blockade across the board against any ship of any nationality that is transiting to or from an Iranian port or territory. We're closely tracking vessels of interest headed towards Iran and those moving away from Iran that were outside the blockade area when this blockade was ordered. And as everyone saw this past weekend, we're prepared and postured to intercept them. As of this morning, 34 ships have met the U.S. blockade and made the wise choice to turn around. One ship did not, and that ship was the motor vessel Tuska. Over several hours this past Sunday, April 19th, the U.S. conducted maritime interdiction operations against the Tuska, whose crew attempted to breach the blockade line. The Tuska is a large container ship, about 965 feet long, or about the same size as a United States Navy aircraft carrier, and over 100 feet wide. The operation began about 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time when the United States Navy destroyer approached her. And the crew and the vessel ignored warnings. And I've described how the destroyer force is operating in the area prior. Upon intercept and coming within visual range, American forces began to issue several clear and unambiguous warnings and inform the vessel and their crew that they were in a violation of the U.S. blockade and directed the ship to turn around. Over a 6-hour period, the vessel and her crew repeatedly ignored U.S. warnings. And then the U.S. Navy destroyer executed a series of pre-planned, carefully calibrated escalation options, including firing 5 warning shots. The vessel and her crew continued to ignore warnings. And after exhausting all other measures, CENTCOM authorized disabling fire against the Tuska. U.S. sailors warned the crew of the Tuska to abandon the engine room, and at approximately 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the destroyer disabled the Tuska's engine by firing 9 inert rounds from the destroyer's Mark 45 5-inch guns precisely into the engine room and engine space on board the Tuska. Not surprisingly, the vessel then reported issues with their engine, went dead in the water, and began to comply with U.S. directions and orders. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, CENTCOM ordered United States Marines to seize the ship. Via helicopters, U.S. Marines maneuvered quickly to the disabled ship, boarded her from fast ropes via helicopter infiltration methods, and took custody of the ship. The ship and her crew remain safe in U.S. custody today. Let me now turn to global operations in the Pacific, and I want to highlight that this is a major interagency effort between the United States military, the White House, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. On Monday, April 20th, U.S. Indo-PACOM forces, in support of a Department of Justice request, interdicted the motor tanker Tiffany, which was transporting sanctioned Iranian oil. The Tiffany is a very large crude tanker, VLCC for short, and is also about the size of a U.S. aircraft carrier and capable of transporting approximately 2 million barrels of oil. At approximately 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. military forces and law enforcement forces also went to the ship via rotary wing platforms, fast-roped onto her deck, and secured her. After the ship was secured, a U.S. Navy control team embarked aboard the Tiffany, and assumed control of the ship at 4 a.m. Eastern Time on April 21st. A Navy control team is comprised of sailors led by a boarding officer that assumes control of a seized ship in order to secure the crew, the cargo, and the vessel. And disposition of that first vessel is still pending. The next interdiction occurred on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, 22 April, when Indo-PACOM conducted yet another interdiction, again at the request of the U.S. Department of Justice. This time, the stateless motor tanker Majestic X, also known as the Ponix, also in the Indian Ocean. This is again a VLCC, or very large crude tanker. At approximately 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S. forces began the interdiction, again using rotary wing assets to get to the ship, got on board, and secured the bridge. Both ships, the Tiffany, the Majestic X, and their crews remain in U.S. custody. And we will continue to conduct similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific and Indian Oceans against Iranian ships and vessels of the Dark Fleet. The actions by our service members and our law enforcement partners demonstrate the incredible discipline and dedication and professionalism of our joint force and highlight the global reach of American combat power. The joint force remains on ensuring the Iranian regime cannot harm our interests or those of our allies and partners. And I'll highlight that Iran has repeatedly sought to offensively and proactively expand the conflict by aggression against its neighbors and its attacks on global shipping through the Strait. To date, Iran has attacked 5 merchant vessels, seized 2 of them that were attempting to transit the Strait. And these include ships that Iran itself had cleared to proceed. Now, as I always do, I want to honor members of the Joint Force. Today, I want to highlight and proudly describe the essential role of our intelligence enterprise and the role that they play in conducting our military operations. The totality of their work is the culmination of days, months, and in many cases, years of work by our uniformed and civilian intelligence professionals. We have been able to do the work that we are ordered to do because America's intelligence force, including our core collectors and analysts, have spent decades searching for every loose thread. From the determination of a particular intelligence requirement to that piece of intelligence being collected in the field by a military or interagency case officer to the rigorous analysis that goes into reporting on that finding, those team members spend their careers answering the incredibly important questions that we must attempt to answer before, during, and after operations. They live in the enemy's mind. Normally located behind the green door or behind the vault door in dark, windowless rooms across the world, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, are world-class intel members from DIA, our service intelligence components, NSA, NGA, CIA, NRO, and in the case of the operations that I've just described, the Office of Naval Intelligence, all work tirelessly to sift through the mountains of collected information using tools, tactics, techniques, and procedures that I'm not going to discuss today. The sun never sets on these world-class professionals, and their goal is every minute of every day to be on the account. And they know the enemy. They know their combat capability, their weapons, their industrial and economic systems, and they know their leaders' pattern of life, where they go, what they think, and what they do. Thanks to their work, we know Iran, and it is an incredible work that they do. Again, none of our operations that we've conducted during my time in this job could have been done without the service of these intelligence professionals. And the distance from those core collectors and those analysts to those Patriot crews who are defending U.S. forces forward or the fighter pilots is incredibly small. Every single day, as their mottos say, they are committed to excellence in the defense of the nation and to securing the future, and they're doing the work of the nation. Before I close, as I do every time, I want to highlight and remember our fallen. Today, I want to highlight the 63 victims of the terrorist bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, which occurred 43 years ago, just a few days ago, on April 18th, 1983. At that time, this was the deadliest attack on a U.S. diplomatic mission, and this was the first attack conducted by Iranian-backed forces on Americans. The suicide bomber detonated a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device out in front of the embassy, killing 63 innocent people, including 32 Lebanese, 14 visitors, and 17 Americans. And among those lost, members of the Joint Force to include 3 Army soldiers and 1 United States Marine. We remember their names: Sergeant First Class Richard Twine, Staff Sergeant Ben Maxwell, Staff Sergeant Mark Salazar, and United States Marine Corporal Vincent McMaw. Today we remember them. We carry on their memory and the memory of all our fallen, and remain grateful for their sacrifice and that of their families, who continue to show us what courage looks like. As we continue to press forward and maintain these operations, the Secretary, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I are deeply humbled by the spirit, tenacity, and commitment and grit of the 2.8 million members of our Joint Force. The Secretary and I thank every member of the Joint Force engaged in this operation, every warrior who remains deployed or who is supporting from here at home. Thank you to, and thank you to your families. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a few questions.
Thank you. In your estimation, have there been increased or decreased instances of Iranian vessels either approaching or trying to breach the blockade the longer it is in effect? And another question about the mine threat. Has the mine threat been neutralized enough to facilitate freer flow in the straits?
Well, to the second question, first of all, we are seeing vessels transiting. There are paths that are open. And part of what the president is threatening is ensuring if there's attempts to recklessly and irresponsibly lay more mines, we're going to deal with that. It's a violation of the ceasefire. So transit is occurring, much more limited than anybody would like to see, and with more risk than people would like to see. But that's because Iran is doing irresponsible things with small fast boats, crafts, like I said, with weapons on them. These are commercial ships, in some cases cruise ships that came through being threatened by these. So as far as breaching the blockade, it's been a pretty consistent. There were a number of ships at the beginning. Then you had the interdiction that the chairman described, where we took out the engine room and disabled that ship. I think that sent a very clear sign that this is not a fake blockade. This is a real, full blockade. We'll use up to and including lethal force if necessary. And that stopped, and other ships have taken note of that. So any ships that have attempted, there's been levels of escalation, but none that far, and they've turned around. Absolutely. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zier, Real America's Voice. To follow up on Alexandra's question, how big are these mine-laying boats? Can they be achieved from fast boats? And I wanted to follow up my last week question about as jet fuel stocks in Europe reportedly are only about 6 weeks left. They get most of the jet fuel from the Gulf. Have any European countries reached out to assist in cordoning off the strait and participating in escorts?
I know there's a lot of talks. You saw I would call it a silly conference in Europe last week, where they got together and talking about maybe doing something eventually when things are done. Those are not serious efforts yet. We would welcome that. We would welcome a serious European effort to do something about this strait and this passage, considering it's their energy capabilities that are most at stake. I think it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for countries around the world. Either you have capabilities or you don't. Otherwise, you're at the behest of a country like Iran, and the only country that can do something about it is the United States military. Do you want to talk about the mines and the small crafts?
They have a variety of smaller Boston whaler-sized boats. We have forces up there deterring and preventing them from continuing to do that, and we'll continue to do so pursuant to the orders of the Secretary and the President.
But reckless mining like that is a violation of the ceasefire.
To do that.
And very unwise to do. Absolutely. Jerry.
Thank you. Pope Leo has made some strident comments about the war in Iran, and the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops recently put out a statement suggesting that the war does not fit the requirements of just war theory. And I wondered if the Pentagon had thought about this war against the terrorist regime in Iran in terms of the framework of a just war, and if either one of you could talk about that. And then just my second question would be, the Pentagon recently, this week, gave well-deserved award upgrades to the members of Gulf Company 2-1 Marines who served at HKI and Abbey Gate during the withdrawal and evacuation. I wonder if you Mr. Secretary, could speak a little bit about that and maybe give us a little bit more in terms of what to expect from this Afghanistan review in terms of further proper recognition and proper accountability.
On the first question, Pope's going to do his thing. That's fine. We know what our mission is. We know what authority we have. We're very clear about that. We follow that. The orders of the president. We've got lawyers all over the place looking at what we're doing and why we're doing it and giving us every authority necessary under the Constitution and under our laws to execute it. So we feel very confident across the spectrum about what we're doing and why we're doing and the legal justification that we're following in order to do it. You mentioned the Marines at Abbey Gate. And what we've undertaken at this department is a historic Afghanistan review. So we have, over the course of months, reviewed what happened leading up to and including the events at Abbey Gate and the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan. There's never actually been a full accounting in this department of the decisions that were made. There's been sort of papered over congressional attempts, but never a real deep dive where we brought everybody in to talk about what happened and why it happened. That has happened. That review will come later this summer, and I think you'll find it to be probably the most comprehensive review this department has ever done about a single series of events. And it's because the cascading effect of what Joe Biden did in abandoning that mission the way that he did and that disastrous withdrawal had ripple effects for our military, for our country, and for the world. That's why reestablishing deterrence is one of the core pillars of what we've been doing at the War Department, is because the world looked at that disaster and made choices. Vladimir Putin made choices. Hamas made choices and saw that America wouldn't do anything about it. Houthis shot at ships. They made choices because Joe Biden and his administration were seen as feckless and weak. And that withdrawal was a part of what the world saw, people hanging to planes as we fled. That deserves a full accounting, which is exactly what we're doing. Sean Parnell, our chief spokesman, one of my senior advisors, has been leading that effort, getting to the bottom of it. And one of the revelations was that those Marines at Abbey Gate who showed courage, who were out there exposed, knew there was a threat, nebulous mission, the only gate that's open, did not receive the kind of proper recognition they should have for their heroism. So one of the early results of this Afghan review is to ensure they get the due recognition and award they deserve for the heroism and courage they showed at that gate. Despite the bad decisions of this building and that administration, those Marines acted heroically, and we're going to recognize them for that. Jerry, thank you. Yeah, right here.
Thank you. Michael Casey with O'Keefe Media Group. Earlier this week, James O'Keefe published a story on Department of Army Nuclear Chief Andrew Hugg, who revealed top secret national security information to a stranger he met on a dating app. Will you defer Mr. Hugg for termination and prosecution?
Yeah, he won't work here anymore.
And given the revelations,
it's an easy one.
Will any changes be made to the current anti-espionage training for all Department of War employees now, given this?
Well, we're always on the lookout for CI threats, any internal threats, anyone talking out of school about things they should not. We take leaking very seriously here, informally or formally, which is why some of the reporting done by some of the people in here is incredibly problematic. They're willing to publish things based on classified information that would potentially harm those in harm's way. And we think them doing so is incredibly irresponsible and unpatriotic. And it would encourage members of the press to think twice about the lives they're affecting when they publish things in their publications like the New York Times.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman, Mr.
right
Chairman,
here.
Was the Tuska carrying use equipment to China?
Sir, so I'm sorry, the question's right here.
Thank you. Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Earlier this week, on that topic, there was a report, I believe, with the Washington Post that the Pentagon had briefed Congress that it could take up to 6 months to fully sweep the Strait of Hormuz for mines. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit more on the specifics of the timeline, the range of time that it could take, and then just a general idea of how many mines have been placed.
We would not speculate on a timeline. I saw that report. It was based on, again, Another leak from a closed-door session, which was supposed to be classified, and apparently, allegedly, that was something that was said about we feel confident in our ability in the correct period of time to clear any mines that we identify. And would encourage other countries to be a part of such an effort as well. But we're tracking that very closely. Mr. Chairman, do you want to add anything to that?
No, sir. I think you covered it.
Right here, new members of our press corps here.
Jacob Wasserman with TMZ DC. We have two questions. I'm going to ask the first. My colleague will ask the second. You know, I've heard you talk a lot about bombing.
We'll see.
Sorry?
We'll see.
Okay. I've heard you talk a lot about bombing people and places. And when you give these orders to carry out this extreme level of violence, what's going through your mind and your body? Do you have like an adrenaline rush? Are you scared? Do you feel like you're on a power trip? Just walk us through and paint us a picture of what it feels like mentally and physically.
It's a very TMZ question. My only thought process is to ensure that our warfighters have everything they need to be successful, defeat and destroy the enemy, and they come home. I want them to feel empowered, to have every authority they need within our rules and within our law to bring maximum violence to the enemy. Because war is violent, war requires doing difficult things, but I want our people to feel empowered, so it's our guys that come home and their guys that do not.
And
sure, I'll give you one chance.
Charlie Cotton from Team ZDC. You changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Would you consider changing the name again to the Department of Peace, since that's what we're all after?
Well, that's the pursuit. It's a great question, actually. You go from defense to war because you want to be proactive about peace through strength. And really, I gave a speech in front of generals about what the ethos of the War Department is all about, because I wanted to go through every echelon of this department. It means something. It's not just words. And when you fight a war the right way, the idea is on the other side you bring about peace. That is what we'd like to see the most. In fact, I once did a video about the one institution that should win the Nobel Peace Prize every single year is the United States military, because we are the guarantor of the safety and security of not just of our country, but of a lot of people in this world. Last question. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I do appreciate your time. Since February 28, 725 drones and missiles have hit the Kurdistan region as your loyal ally, killing 22 people and injuring 100 others. Even after the ceasefire, Mr. Secretary, 20 more attacks were carried out. My question is, does that ceasefire include Iraq and the Kurdistan region? And really, what is your clear policy toward proxies? Why I am asking this question, by President Masoud Barzani's statement, 5 times targeting his office, even targeting President of Kurdistan region residents in the Hawk City.
We watch it very closely, and that area and those folks, the Kurds, deal with a lot of what the IAMGs or the proxies are capable of doing, and a reminder of the reverberating effect of this Iranian regime. It's not just what it does to its own people, killing 45,000 of its own citizens just recently, but it's also the terror they've brought to the region. And so getting a good deal and making sure they can't wield a nuclear weapon over top of those proxies is why this mission is such an important one. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And that was our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Hey guys, if you're the first time here, you're visiting my channel, thank you so much for stopping by. Don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Thank you guys for subscribing, for those who have. And consider becoming members if you do want to support my channel. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and come in here and share a couple of truths from Truth Social. And let's see here. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Truth Social. Here we go. These 4 senators blocked the Save America Act, talking about rhinos. This is what I mean about, when people say, oh, you know what, the president has Congress and the Senate. No, we don't. There are rhinos. There's sometimes people get to a certain age, they shouldn't be they shouldn't be serving anymore. They're compromised. I wouldn't want to serve if I'm in my 70s. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Sure, by the time I'm 57, I want to be retired. You know what I'm saying? 62 years old, I want to be retired. I don't want to keep doing this. No, I want to retire. And I get it. You know, you need money to retire. But that is one of the things that we have to keep in mind. Now, here is another truth. Not wanting Islam to take control of the U.S. is not racism. It's logical. I don't want Sharia law to replace the freedoms that our forefathers fought and died for. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say. If you're watching this, let me see. Let me make this small. I apologize. I forgot about the portrait guys. I'm reading this off the landscape streaming, okay? And there is, let's see, another alert. Let's see, President Trump. Let's go to the newest alert. I think that was the newest. Okay. This is interesting. The party that founded the KKK in 1865 was just caught funding the KKK in 2026. Now, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but apparently, remember a long time ago when I told you that January 6th was a coup set up by the Democrats? I'm telling you, man, they went back to it. They went back to the racist party. The Socialist Democrats went back to being the Democrat racist party. They've been paying off Nazis. They've been paying off groups to go and protest as Trump supporters. They go out there and make all this money. They have billions of dollars, just so you know, to invest into lying to the people. That is crazy. Listen, if you are a Democrat, you are not a libtard. If you are a Democrat who is loyal to the party and know that these people are lying to you and you continue being a Democrat knowing they're lying to you, you are a libtard. I'm not a libtard. So I'm not going to be representing the Democrats right now. No, they got to get their shit together. They got to get their shit together. That's just what I think. Now, what do I know? I'm just an American citizen of this great country we call the U.S. of A. Well, here's let me play a couple of clips here from my X account. And then the president's last tweet. Here we go.
It couldn't be further from the truth.
Let me get my ears on. Here we go, baby. Let's see what we got.
And I would like to criticize the legacy media. If you read articles about this case and this indictment in the New York Times, they're trying to claim that this is a weaponization of justice from the Trump DOJ. It couldn't be further from the truth. This was a grand jury indictment made up of Americans who realized that this organization was engaging in criminal activity and they need to be held accountable for it.
Yeah.
And I would like to criticize the legacy
media, of course, the legacy media.
This will likely be my last gaggle for some time. As you can see, I'm about ready to have a baby any minute. So I will see you guys very soon. I know you'll be in very good hands with my team here at the White House. And I know all of you have the president's phone number personally. So I have no doubt that you'll have a shortage of statements and news from this building while I'm gone. So
she's about to have her baby in a week or so, I believe. I think that's what it was, the last post. Here's President Trump's last tweet here. People and companies that have taken advantage of our country for decades because of the horrible and ridiculous United States Supreme Court decision on tariffs, I talked about this earlier, are now supposed to be given back $159 billion. All they had to do was one little half sentence that the United States does not have to pay back monies that were already paid. and our country would be $159 billion richer. That's more than most countries are worth. Think of it. Just one half sentence, and we would have saved $159 billion. Couldn't they have done that for our nation? You will think they would. Now, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? I talked about this at the beginning of my live today, and I told you, they said the consumer paid the price for these tariffs. I told you that businesses that were affected by tariffs had to raise the price of their products, so which means that they got their money. But they also put the tariffs as cost of doing business, giving them credit for the tariffs that they had to pay as a cost of doing business. Now, if you don't do your taxes, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But believe me, there's a break. And then they sued in court, and they're going to pay 166, he said 59, but I think it's $166 billion back to these corporations and all these other businesses. In the meantime, they're not going to give you or me shit. We don't get nothing. The consumer who paid for the tariffs are not going to get jack squat. And yet, the big corporations, etc., they get a refund. And who gets to pay that? Again, us. We get to pay those $166 billion. Us, the American taxpayers. Buy your shop. Hey, I'm glad you stopped by for a little bit. My muds don't mess around with garbage. They just toss it right out. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. My man. That's why I love you, man. Fantastic. All right. I think I got one more for you here. You like that little fight, fight, fight? Let's see what we got. Well, look at that. We're almost at 20,000 views. Little by little, we will get there. And by the way, that doesn't mean that I'm making money. Don't think I'm going to hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's not where the money comes from. Money comes from my memberships, super chats, and things like that. Soon, I will have something on the side, but not yet. Here we go. Let's see. We need to listen to our POTUS. Yeah. That's right. So I'm going to start with my live. Let's see. Now, this is from when I got banned. This is when I was in jail. So in case you missed it, well, we're going to watch it together, okay? In case you missed it. So if you guys got something to do, now you can do it right now. If you don't like Trump, it's too bad. Here we go. Let me get my ears on. Hey, Liquid Skis. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. How are the gas prices, I think he's trying to say, and grocery prices going under Trump? You know, it's funny that you say under Trump, when the real reason why the prices are so high is because of your local stupid government. But we'll talk about that some other time. Right now, we're just going to enjoy listening to our POTUS weave through the information. This is how we get kicks out of life. Hey, Magic Man, thanks for the jewels. Hey, thank you guys for the jewels and all these little things that you guys do in there. You keep it interesting. All right? And this is why I'm going to reward you with more of our POTUS. Here we go.
What that is. Sit down, Coach. Great job. The incredible team showcased consistency, grit, and precision all season long, led by head coach Alan Bratton. Alan, unbelievable. The Cowboys dominated throughout the spring, capturing multiple victories before securing their 12th national title. Amazing. They have made Oklahoma State very proud, and it's a great school, and it's a great sports school, too, with some unbelievable champions and teams, and you're right at the top. Congratulations. It's great. I'll have to play golf with you guys sometime. I'm going to try giving you a match. I think it's going to be tough. This is a match I'm not looking forward to. And anytime you're around, you let us know, okay? We'll let you go over to the place I told you about, a special place on the Potomac River, okay? Joining us as well are the 2025 NCAA Women's Volleyball Champions, the Texas A&M Aggies, Thank you. Good.
Happy Friday, sis. You know I got to pause it for you. Sorry, Mr. President, but you're not paying me. My sister is. Happy Friday. Thank you, sis. I appreciate your support.
Stand up. When I watch television,
Even they clap for you, sis.
I watch the level of talent. It's actually incredible, and you're the best of the best. So that's an amazing thing. And from the opening serve to the final point of the national championship, the Aggies played with heart and determination. Everybody here played with heart and determination, really. They dominated the tournament, sweeping top-seeded Kentucky to claim, why were they top-seeded? What's going on? What's going on? I don't like that. To claim the program's first ever national title. Kendall Stowers was an offensive powerhouse. Where's Kendall? Are you a powerhouse? Yes, I can tell you are indeed a real powerhouse and champion. And senior opposite hitter Logan Lednicki delivered 11 kills against Kentucky. Where's Logan? Congratulations. So how tall are you, Logan? 6'3". Wow, that's pretty good, let me tell you. But I want to congratulate what great athletes. Thank you very much. Great athletes, please. Also in the winner's circle, we have the 2025 NCAA men's tennis champions, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, and Arnold Palmer was a great friend of mine in a slightly different sport. How's your golf team doing? I don't know. They're pretty good, right? They're pretty good, too. But they battled through the fierce postseason to claim their second national title. DK Suresh delivered the clinching point to seal a 4-2 victory over TCU in the final, and I want to congratulate you, and I see you right there. I said, who's the best player of the team? And they all pointed to him, right? So congratulations, and that's really incredible, DK, what you've done. You had a great year. You all had a great year. Thank you very much. Good. You know, Arnold Palmer was a great friend of mine. I got to know him toward the end of his life. He was an unbelievable champion. Went to that school, right? He went to that special school, and he used to love it. And it's known for that. It really was something. I've been there. Up next are the 2025 NCAA women's tennis champions, the Georgia Bulldogs, who just captured their third national titles. Stand up, please. Great. Sophia Rojas sealed this team's incredible victory, losing her first set before roaring back to dominate the next two and clinch Georgia's sweep over the team from Texas A&M. And all I can say is go Bulldogs. That's a great state. I love that state. Did very well there, too, in the election. You know, I only like the states that I win, so it's one of them. But thank you very much. Congratulations. That's really fantastic. What a great job. That's not easy. Winning in tennis, that's a tough thing to do. I play tennis a little bit. Not quite at that level. Not quite. But that's a great thing. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Also with us are the 2025 National Collegiate Women's Bowling Champions. They gave me a beautiful jacket. The Youngstown State Penguins. You know, the jacket's been gone over. Where are you? The jacket's been x-rayed, gone over by Secret Service at a level that doesn't look the same. It just doesn't. They've gone over it to levels that you wouldn't believe. But I want to thank you very much. It's beautiful. The team rolled their way into history with the program's first ever national title. Wow. Senior Madison Marks, where's Madison? Congratulations. It's incredible. Was unstoppable in the finals and was named the first team All-American, and that's a big thing to be named first team All-American. So what would you average in bowling, Madison?
I ended my college career at like a 208 average.
208, that's fantastic, man. That's great. So congratulations. It's not easy bowling. I've tried it. It doesn't work too well for me. It's very difficult. Actually, it's very difficult. And it's supposed to be one of the best teams in many years beyond everything else. So thank you very much. Congratulations for being here at the White House. Thank you. And we're also proud to recognize the 2025 NCAA women's soccer champions, the Florida State Seminoles. They just clinched their fifth national title and back-to-back championships for the second time in the program history. That's amazing. Sophomore midfielder Peyton McGovern Had an impressive season. Where's Peyton? Peyton, where are you, Peyton? That's great, huh? Are you that good? Are you going to turn pro? I think so. I think you will. I have a feeling. Finding herself in the starting lineup for 18 games, was ultimately named the 2025 All-Tournament Team. And senior defender Claire Rain earned her second national title playing with FSU. And congratulations to all of you. Congratulations. That's a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Really amazing. It's a great school. Finally, we have the 2025 National Collegiate Mixed Rifle Champions, the West Virginia Mountaineers, 51 points. Susie, we dominated West Virginia, maybe even more than you dominated the rifle world, Coach. I don't know. But I love that state. That state is the greatest. It's such an incredible group of people. And think of it, for their 20th national shooting title, and the coach was there for all of them or most of them? All of them? Just about all of them. That's amazing, and I just want to congratulate you. West Virginia is a great place. It's a great state. So many friends there. We've been there a lot. You know, when you win it by 45 points or something like that, maybe more, you like to sort of say, I love that state. And they like me, I guess. I can't imagine why. But for you to win, I know how difficult it is, so congratulations to all very much. This was the school's record as the #1 most winning program in collegiate rifle history, so you have the #1 school in rifle history. Congratulations. It's an amazing, amazing accomplishment. So college sports are among America's most cherished institutions, a tradition where lessons learned on the playing field shape the character of winners. And you are winners. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. The athletes here today represent the very best of that grit and determination and teamwork. That's why under my administration, we're fighting hard to save college sports. What's happening is crazy. It's crazy. And what we want to do is help athletes, like all of you in this room. And as soon as I took office, I ended a terrible injustice and banned men from competing in women's sports. I don't know if anybody agrees. Does anybody agree with that men should be able to play in women's sports? Would you like to raise your hand? Well, so far I have never found anybody, but they say it's an 80-20 issue, but I've never been able to find anybody, so I think it's a 99-1. Maybe it's a little bit more than that, Coach, right? Maybe it's 100-0. I campaigned on that one all the time. I say there will be no men in women's sports, and people would go crazy. But you're politically correct. So earlier this month, I signed an executive order to implement a number of key reforms protecting programs like yours, which don't always get the top headlines, but are crucial to strengthening years and years of education and sports and the ability to compete and to win, which we need very much. We now have, thanks to a wonderful decision in the Supreme Court, we're a country that's, again, based on merit. In other words, if you're the best shooter, you're the best shooter. If you're the best golfer, you're the best golfer. And all of these things are very important to stop the pay-for-play schemes that only benefit the largest programs. We will only allow one no-penalty transfer through the transfer portal. I think most of the people here know what that means, where you had some people going to 3-4 different, it's like they became like monopoly players. And to ensure room for the new talent, we're also instituting a 5-year eligibility cap for college players, because students right out of high school should not have to compete against players that are 28 or 29 years old who decide they can make more money staying in college than they can by going into the professional leagues, which is pretty ridiculous. It's a very, very precarious position that the courts have left us in, because we had great college sports, and the person, a judge decided, who was not a person that knew much about sports, actually I think knew nothing about sports, decided that the whole thing was unconstitutional. For over 100 years, they developed these programs, a lot of scholarships, a lot of great things happening. And now it's a total and complete mess. But we're going to get it fixed up, and we've got some fantastic people doing it. So we need now Congress to act to clear up the confusion created by the courts and institute permanent reforms to protect college sports at every level, and especially some sports. And frankly, a lot of the emphasis is put on football, but football's now destroying the colleges economically because they're being paid so much that the colleges are losing so much money. It's not sustainable. So in recent weeks, the White House has convened many of the most respected sports figures and commissioners in the nation. We had all of them here, just about all of the top people, 64 of them, including Nick Saban, one of the greatest coaches ever, Randy Levine, the head of the New York Yankees, Bryson DeChambeau, a rather good golfer. What's he? Pretty good coach. He'd make your team even, right? I don't know, but that's a pretty good team. He will make your team. Tim Tebow, wonderful guy. Charlie Ward, Adam Silver. This incredible group developed a strong set of recommendations, and my administration is committed to working with Congress to get them through. I signed an executive order instituting those recommendations, and it's going to clean it up a long way. It's going to take it a long way. 75% of Olympians competing for Team USA played as college athletes. If we don't straighten out this, we're not going to have much of an Olympic team, because you have so many of these sports, especially certain sports where it's like the minor leagues. You could call it the major leagues. You could call it whatever you want, but we train unbelievable athletes to go in and win the gold medal. And without college sports, without your ability to go into college sports and compete and learn really how to play and get better, we're not going to have much of an Olympic team anymore. Many of America's greatest CEOs and entrepreneurs learned discipline, courage, and drive through playing sports in college. And I loved sports. I was so helped in my life by sports. Saving this tradition is not only a matter of fairness and sportsmanship, it's a matter of national pride and national greatness indeed. All of you have battled your way to the absolute top in sports, and now you have an administration that's fighting just as hard for you as you fight for our country, and you have fought for our country. So I want to congratulate you. You're a group of real champions. I know what it is to win in sports and win in life, but to win in sports is, I always say, it's a microcosm of life. The beautiful thing, in 2 hours or in a season, how you are in life. Sometimes you have to go a lot of years before you can figure it out. But I have to say, you are unbelievable champions. I admire and respect all of you, and it's an honor to have you in the White House, and you'll come back. And who knows, someday one of you or two of you or three of you, Susie, what do you think, might come back as me? You don't want that. I don't think you want that. It's not worth it. But it's an honor to have you here, and congratulations. And here we have some beautiful trophies, as you see. And we're going to be giving things out, and we're going to be seeing maybe some of you later. You're going to hang around and enjoy the White House for a little bit. And thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody.
We are the champions. There's one more coming. Don't go away. This one, this is where the leftists like to say that Trump falls asleep. Oh boy! Now these videos are from, obviously, they're from the White House library. Okay, just so you guys know. In case you were wondering. Here we go. This is our favorite. We just can't get enough of the POTUS, President Donald Trump. All right, we got different levels of different things that provide power in here. The hydro is actually 60 to 70% or 75, something in there. And then the other 20-25 is going to be recyclable energy. But what the hell does that got to do with anything that we're talking about in this channel? Oh, boy. Let's get some more. Hey, listen, I was in jail here for a couple of days, in YouTube jail for a couple of days. So we're catching up. Here we go. Everybody ready? Everybody, take your places. Get ready, everybody. Take your places. Make America great again, baby. Let's go. Can't go wrong with that motto.
get used to it.
Yeah, you get used to it. You have to be careful. Every question's a hit.
Imagine Travis grows up to be president of the United States of America.
Subscribing, guys, I appreciate it. We're almost to 9,000 subscribers. You guys are phenomenal.
By the way,
you guys are telling the Democrats to shut the hell up and get with the program.
Are you all set?
All set, sir.
By the way, Democrat, Republican, we're just saying everybody that wants to be a libtard, shut up and join their winning team.
Well, thank you very much. And today I'm thrilled to announce that one of the most respected pharmaceutical companies anywhere in the world, frankly, I know it very well, is Regeneron. And it's agreed to offer their prescription medications at heavily discounted most favored nation prices. In other words, the numbers will come down at levels that nobody's ever seen before. The whole most favored nation thing that we've been able to do with Bobby and Maz and everybody behind me, Marty, has been incredible. It's the biggest price reduction in drugs in history. By itself, we should win the midterms, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. It doesn't work that way. People forget too quickly, but we'll have it's the biggest cut in drug prices in the history of our country by many percentage points. With this announcement, 17 of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies, representing 80% of the branded drug market, have now agreed to sell their drugs to American patients at the lowest prices anywhere in the world. We're going to have the lowest prices in the world. This will result in the largest drop in prescription drug prices in the history of the United States of America. I mean, that should be front page news, but it won't be. It'll be back on page 19, but the people get it. That's why we're in the Oval Office, I guess. I want to thank Regeneron CEO, a friend of mine for a long time, good guy, great guy, CEO Len Schleifer, and Chief Scientific Officer George Yankopoulos, who are two fantastic people in the medical world, very respected. We're also joined by Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Bobby, thank you. Secretary Howard Lutnick, Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's doing a fantastic job. They all are. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary and Chief Counselor of Health and Human Services, Chris Klump. Thanks, Chris. Great job you're doing, Chris, wherever you may be.
Thanks, sir.
He's there. For decades, Americans have been forced to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, by far. Prices that were many, many times what the rest of the world was paying. Because we had a president that didn't know what they were doing, or they weren't able to get other countries to agree to it. I was able to do that because I used tariffs. I said, if you don't agree to it, we're going to put tariffs on your country. And they said we would be honored to do it, sir, after telling everybody no, including me. But they agreed to do it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumers only 13% of all prescription drugs. Yet pharmaceutical companies have been making 75% of their profits from American customers. So think of it. With 4% of the population and doing only 13% of all prescription drugs, the companies make 75% I don't know, maybe, hopefully they continue, because actually it's not as bad for them as it sounds. In fact, many of their stocks are up, because actually when the price goes up on the one end, they make up for the price coming down in the United States. So it really worked out pretty good. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order instructing my administration to do everything in our power to slash prescription drug prices for Americans while getting other countries to pay more, in many cases much more. But their other prices doubled, and sometimes they tripled, and ours would go down by 60, 70, 80%, even more. Today we're building on our unprecedented success with Regeneron, committing to offer all new drugs moving forward at most favored nations prices. They'll make their current drugs available to Medicaid and MFN. That's most favored nation. Additionally, they'll also offer their current drug, Praluent, which is the lower cholesterol and fight heart disease, to all consumers at dramatically lower cost. It'll come down from $537 to $225 and be available at TrumpRx.gov. I didn't put the name. Bobby did and Oz did. It's true, actually. Remember, I came in, I said, what's this? But they said, it'll be better. It'll sell better. Would you help us? So I now have my name on medication. But it's doing great. I hear it's setting records, actually. I was watching the other day. Mark Cuban, of all people, said it's amazing what Trump has done with this. I can't believe when I heard him say that, I was sort of in a state of shock. But others have said it too. This whole thing it's turned out to be hot. So that's TrumpRx.gov. The company will also invest $27 billion to build up research and development and pharmaceutical manufacturing here in America, which is a big thank you very much. Today I'm also announcing that the FDA has just approved a new drug from Regeneron called Otarmany, a gene therapy curing a rare disease that causes deafness. People are totally deaf, and it's amazing. I've seen some work on it. It's actually hard to believe. We're going to talk about it in a minute. Normally, cures for rare diseases can cost millions of dollars, and really the results aren't that good. But in this case, I'm pleased to say that Regeneron will be giving this away for free for a period of time, for free. And here with us is 2-year-old Travis Smith. He was born deaf. Was he totally deaf? No, pretty much, right? 100%. This is 100%. He was 100% deaf, but he took this miracle cure, and now he can hear his mom, Sierra, say, "I love you." And Sierra, could you maybe say a few words? That's really incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. Regeneron works miracles. Yeah, he didn't know his name. He couldn't hear me tell him how much I love him. And now with Regeneron and this amazing surgery, he can listen to music, and he loves it, and he loves to dance, and he loves instruments, and I'm so proud of him. He's been so brave through all of this. And yeah, now he can hear, and he has a bright future ahead of him, and I'm so thankful to everybody on the Regeneron team.
Oh, that's incredible. I mean, even the fake news has to be impressed with this. They'll find a way to make it a bad story. He doesn't hear perfectly, but he actually does. It's about 1% off. They'll figure a way. How are you going to do it? You got to explain. No, they're genius. They are genius. I respect them a lot. But I just want to thank you, Sarah. That's incredible. You and your family.
Thank you for having us.
He's a beautiful person, too. That's a beautiful boy.
Thank you. Thank you.
His life is a happier life?
Oh, yeah, he is so full of energy and love now, and he was such a serious
baby. So you see such a difference.
Yeah, he was such a serious baby.
And before that, it's very tough for...
Oh, for sure, he can't tell me what he wants, or what he wants to eat, or what he needs, and now he'll be able to do that.
Wow.
It's life-changing.
That's a great job they've done. I want to thank Regeneron and other companies for doing their part to bring down the cost of health care for all Americans. Under our Most Favored Nations agreement, we've secured gigantic discounts with price differences from 4 to 5 and even 600%. 600%. One of the most popular weight loss drugs has gone from $1,350 a month to as low as $199 a month. So that's a price that's incredible. So it used to sell in London for $87. And they raised it to $199, which is a big raise if you know, from $87 to $199. But that's been going on. Our country's been being ripped off for 30 years. How long would you say, Doug? Like 30, 40 years. For years with drugs and drug prices. So they're going up. We're going way down. And because the world is a bigger place than we are, believe it or not, it's hard to believe that, but they are. That we go down much more than they go up. So they don't go up as much as people would have thought. So they're going from, they're going to $199, and we're going down all the way down. Think of that. We're going down from $1,350 a month to $199. That's, nobody would believe it. And this is true with all. I mean, this is the weight loss drug. But this is true with all drugs. Sometimes even more of a difference than that, sometimes a little bit less, but sometimes substantially more than even that difference, and you see what that is. So we cut the per cycle cost of IVF drugs by thousands of dollars, and we reduced the price of the major COPD medication from $458 to $50. What? That must be a typo. Is that a typo? From $458 to $50. If your boy was here, he'd go, wow. He laughed. He got bored. I think he got really bored. He wants to go into bigger and better things, but there's nothing bigger or better than this. They'll all be available right now at TrumpRx.gov. So it's, that's why it's doing well. It's not doing well for other reasons. It's doing well. Think of that. That's some discount. But we have others. And these are all top companies and top medications. And I think in the end, we're going to have every company involved. We're almost there right now, but we're going to have every company involved. TrumpRx has already received more than 15 million visitors, and every American should log on to check for massive discounts before they go to the pharmacy. It's setting a record. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. I've actually had many companies, I shouldn't tell you this, Bobby, but there have been many companies say, so we'd like to buy from you if you could. What? TrumpRx.com. I said, it's not for sale. It's not me. It's the government. The government owns it. I don't own it. But they're all impressed. These pharmaceutical companies, they said they've never seen anything like this. So it's fantastic. Now, I'd like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, and then we'll have Dr. Oz, the team at Regeneron, and Sierra. And Sierra, I'm so happy for you. And Chris Klump has been unbelievable, a real star. You don't know his name as much as some of the others, but he's a real star of the group. So, Bobby, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was reminded when the President was speaking of a conversation that I had yesterday with one of the Democratic senators who was questioning me during a hearing, and she was ridiculing President Trump for his math, and she was saying, it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop by 600% cost, which he had claimed. And I said, well, if the drug was $100 and it raised the price to $600, that would be a 600% rise. Well, if it drops from 600 to 100, that's a 600% savings. And the President used that mathematical device to illustrate the magnitude of the theft that has been happening against our country and our people. As he said, we have 4.2% of the world's population. We take 13% of the pharmaceutical drug. We spend 80% of the biotechnology research in our country, and we provide 75% of the profits to the pharmaceutical industry. This is a ripoff that has irked him for 20 years. During his first term, he held the line on drug prices for the first time in history. He came back on this term and he said, we're going to lower them this time, no matter what. There's people in this room who are part of the White House staff who said, we can't do that. Oz and I said, we probably can't do that, but he harassed us. We were beleaguered. It was like Fort Apache. Dr. Oz would not answer his phone because he was calling all night long with the President on the line saying, get this done. And we brought in this amazing superstar, Chris Klump, and he negotiated these agreements that people said were impossible. I want to thank him for his leadership, Chris, and I want to thank George and Lynn, who are the co-founders of this company of Regeneron. Their generosity, their idealism, their love of this country, and their compassion for these children who are injured. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Amazing. It is amazing. And you're right, I took a lot of heat. I'd say 500, 600. But we also say sometimes 50%, 60%, different kind of calculation. 70, 80, and 90%. And people understand that better. But there are two ways of calculating it. But either way, it doesn't make any difference. Whether it's 60, 70, or 80%, nobody's ever heard of it. But it's also 500, 600, 700, depending on the way you want to look at it. So the way you word the calculation. It's either way. But Bobby, you're doing a fantastic job. We wanted somebody out of the box, and we got him, right? I would say we got him. And Bobby, he's a great guy, actually. So, Oz, how about saying a few words, please?
So this has been an unprecedented process. The President insisted we deal with one critical number you should all remember, which is that 1 in 3 Americans, when they go to the drugstore, after they've seen a doctor, will often leave empty-handed because they cannot afford the medications they're picking up. So affordability was the main word the president would use in many of those phone calls. He wanted it to be done fairly. We created a partnership with the pharmaceutical industry that was remarkable, and that it pushed 17 massive companies into the fold to try to do deals, again, unprecedented, that would allow us to claim that they were giving the most favored nation pricing to this country, to the American people. The president would not take no for an answer. We got 16 companies in, but not the 17th. How many times do you think we spoke about the 17th company?
Too much. 17.
He said 17. He wanted to be 17. Whatever math you want to make, 16 is not 17. There's a reason that the 17th company was delayed. It's why they're here today. It's that beautiful young boy you saw earlier. When you can save a child's hearing, and Mr. President, we talked about a lot of numbers. Secretary Kennedy quoted 100%, 600%. It's hard to beat free. Free is the best price, and that's the starting price with the president oftentimes, and that's what this wonderful company's agreed to. I want to applaud TrumpRx.gov, a remarkable site created by Joe Gebbia. Ed Korstein has done a wonderful job with zero glitches, serving more than 10 million individual unique Americans so far. And Mr. President, it's the fastest website I've ever seen. People love it because it works well. There's all kinds of additional elements being added to it, which we'll be talking about. But this website, as the President said, must be checked if you're going to buy a medication to make sure your price is the right price. It's a transparency site that is more rigorous than anything that I have seen. And Mr. President, your name is attached to it. And of course, that brings a tremendous amount of attention to it. We wanted it to be perfect, and the team who did that has accomplished that exactly. I want to applaud Chris, because you cannot thank him enough, but it was also John Brooks, Hernandez. I see Beth back there, Theo, Rugel, a bunch of people who've done a tremendous amount of work. And what I keep hearing from the pharmaceutical industry, maybe my colleagues can address it in your comments, they never expected to have a counterparty as qualified in the federal government. If you're thinking of serving your nation, this is the right time to do it. This is the right administration to serve him, because the president makes it easy to do the right thing. Gentlemen?
Go ahead, please. Thank you. Mr. President, Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Lutnick, Commissioner Macri, Administrator Oz, and I guess Superstar Klum. Thanks for having us here on behalf of all of Regeneron. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Len Schleifer, President and CEO of Regeneron, and with me is Dr. George Ankopoulos, President and Chief Scientific Officer of Regeneron. And together, well, I should pause there, I just realized something. I'm a president, he's a president, and all three of us grew up in Queens, New York. So there's something maybe that was going on back then that was good. I'm not sure about now. So anyway, together we founded, George and I founded Regeneron, and have built it over the past 4 decades. Today we are here. We were not pushed to be here. We are happy to be here because it marks an important step to lower drug prices. We've been arguing for more than a decade that other wealthy nations have been getting a free ride on American innovation. Just like in defense, but they've been getting in health defense a free ride. And now President Trump is putting policies in place to force these nations to pay their fair share, which will in turn lower prices for Americans. It's a good deal. But we have to remember this is just the beginning. The most important battle we all face is disease itself. We have to recognize how hard this fight is. For most major diseases that you or your loved one might suffer from, like Alzheimer's disease, to cancers, to genetic diseases, we are very far away from a cure. And we have to understand that discovering cures is perhaps the hardest scientific challenge humans undertake. Much harder than getting to the moon, not that we don't like that, but much harder than even getting to Mars or making the next generation of cell phones or electric cars. Hard like staring into the unknown for years, sometimes decades, with no guarantee that anything you're doing will ever make a difference for somebody like Travis. Regeneron is a great example of both the difficulty of the challenge, but also of the potential reward. We spent 25 years and billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars before we produced our first important medicine, or even earned our first profit. Maybe we should have been or might have been fired, but we stuck with it. Our relentless commitment to disruptive innovation ultimately turned us into one of the most productive biotechnology companies in history. We have produced, thanks to George and his team, new medicines at the rate of about one important medicine a year for the last 15 years, including truly miraculous advances impacting millions of lives. And we have two people here who are living proof. Mr. President, when you were ill with COVID, it was Regeneron's monoclonal cocktail that you affectionately dubbed the Regeneron. We love it. And that helped save your life. That was invented by George right here and his team. George?
Well, in addition to the president, we had a few minutes ago Sierra's beautiful boy, Travis, who was born without the ability to hear, as you heard from Sierra. And the same company and the same dedicated team of scientists that helped save the president's life also delivered a first-of-its-kind gene therapy known as autonomy. So Travis can now hear his mother, as she told you, tell him that she loves him. Hard to think of a greater gift. And just like you, Mr. President, who made our antibody treatment for COVID free for all Americans and thus saved many lives, we have made the decision, the unprecedented corporate commitment, to provide this first-of-its-kind gene therapy for hearing loss free to all the children in the United States who can benefit from it. And we do this, why? To hopefully highlight the power of disruptive biotech innovation and all the good that it can bring to all of our lives and our health. But we have to remember, despite the miraculous advances like autonomy and like the regenerate COVID treatment, we also have to highlight how far we have yet to go to address the many diseases that lack effective treatments. And the cures will not be coming unless we not only celebrate the advances of the biopharma industry to date, but we all work together, private sector, together with the government, to not only maintain America's position as world leaders in biotech innovation, but to actually bump up innovation and become even more disruptive. Especially in a world where China is increasing investment and heavily subsidizing its biotech industry and reducing regulatory hurdles so as to try to displace America's leading position. President Trump's efforts to make drugs more affordable, as well as new FDA programs, such as the Commissioner's Voucher Program, that bring safe and effective new medicines like autonomy to patients more quickly. These are important steps. One additional important way that I've been talking to the administration about to maintain our leading position in the world is to create catalysts and accelerants for our industry and for the healthcare system, such as developing a national healthcare database linked to molecular data, including human sequence data, where Regeneron once again is a world leader. Without such big data sets, powerful new technologies such as AI, despite its potential, will not be as useful as it could be in the quest to develop new medicines and improve healthcare. The biopharma industry of America has and will continue to deliver miraculous breakthrough. You, Mr. President, and young Travis are living testaments of that. But many more lives need to be helped and saved. We need to attain a new level of disruptive innovation. We have to all work together to meet this challenge. Why? Because lives are at stake.
Let me briefly say something. I'm married to a lawyer, my son is a lawyer, but I'm going to talk about the Constitution, and I'm not an expert. But I know our Constitution lays out a vision on how America would out-innovate, out-produce, out-thrive every other nation on earth. And in it, you will find a description of a system built on incentive and reward. A system that says, take the risk, do the work, and you will share in what you create. That is why they enshrine patent protection directly in the Constitution, not as an afterthought, but as a founding principle. As Abraham Lincoln said, another great president, patents add the fuel of interest to the fire of genius. We must keep that fire burning. What we did here today will do that. Little Travis can now hear for the first time, and his potential is endless. Let's make sure he grows up in a country that never stops reaching for the next miracle. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you. It's great to be with you again.
Chris, could you say a few words, please?
Thanks, Mr. President. It's not lost on me that this year is America 250, and it's powerful, I think, to pause and remember that 250 years ago a revolutionary free republic was born, and with it the greatest innovation engine in the history of humanity. And we stand here today, 250 years later, getting to witness yet another groundbreaking innovation that doesn't just treat but cures deafness in children. And because of this president and his policies around most favored nation, will enable families who are struggling and suffering with this affliction to have access to that groundbreaking therapy for free. Now, as the president mentioned, we've negotiated the 17th of 17 agreements. This represents 86% of the branded pharmaceutical drug market in the United States. But anyone who knows us knows that we're not done. That's a milestone. It's not the finish line. And so we have three core objectives that are next up. Number one, and this is already underway, we are negotiating with the many hundreds of biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies representing that other 14% that are building the cures for tomorrow. To all those who are listening, I hope that we have proven that we are credible and reliable and trustworthy partners. We want to sit with you. We will listen to you. We will take the time to understand your businesses, not only as we negotiate on behalf of every American family for affordability, but also to ensure that you're best positioned to create the cures for tomorrow. Second, we continue our work on negotiating international trade agreements. 59 days after we stood in this office and President Trump, standing with Albert Bourla from Pfizer, announced the first of the 17 MFN deals, together with our colleagues from the Department of Commerce under Secretary Lutnick's leadership and from the U.S. Trade Representative's office under the leadership of Ambassador Greer, we negotiated a landmark agreement with the government of the United Kingdom in which they agreed to increase significantly the amount that they spend on branded pharmaceuticals for the first time in 26 years. That work continues with other countries. And third, we will continue our work with our partners in Congress to codify the principles that underpin these most favored nation deals so that these savings for American families and this innovation that is unleashed at the same time persists for decades to come. So that the 1 in 3 or 4 families that Dr. Oz mentioned, standing at a pharmaceutical counter or pharmacy counter right now, wrestling with the decision that no family should have to make of whether or not they can pick up their prescription because they can't afford it, will no longer be the case. And at the same time, we know that there are roughly 20,000 known diseases in the world, and we have a treatment or a cure for fewer than a quarter of those. And so this president and his policies is not only safeguarding affordability for American families, but is ensuring that we continue to bet on American exceptionalism. We bet on innovation. We bet on the principles that have taken us to this place in 250 years for the next 250 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Great job you do. Maybe you want to talk about rescheduling while we're here and just say what you're doing and the progress that you've made.
Right. Well, Mr. President, today is another promise made, promise kept day. On December 18th, you signed an executive order on increasing medical marijuana and cannabidiol research, and today we delivered on that promise. The Acting Attorney General this morning signed an order that moves into Schedule 3 medical marijuana products that are FDA approved or that are state licensed. This is a giant move forward to implement your promise, and it's actually a campaign promise that you made. You said we're going to move into Schedule 3 to increase the research on these medical products, and just wanted everyone to know that 1, you make promises, you keep them, and 2, what does Schedule 3 mean for state licensed medical marijuana products? We will begin implementation right away of this order. It does not legalize marijuana. It makes it easy for the researchers to actually study and understand medical marijuana, especially in populations that are using it. We know that 1 in 10 seniors right now use medical marijuana in the past year, and they report that it really helps them, but we don't have the science or the understanding to guide the patients and the doctors, and so both patients and doctors are flying blind without knowing how they interact with other medications because the research has been difficult to do. And so your promise today says those state licensed medical marijuana products are now in Schedule 3, and we expect the research to significantly increase so that we can understand how to guide patients and doctors in this effort. And there will be additional actions that will come this summer to do an expedited hearing for the administrative hearing, Department of Justice, for all of marijuana to move into Schedule 3.
And the military is very happy about it, and a lot of people suffering from big problems, which this seems to be the best answer. They're very happy about it. So the rescheduling is starting, and That's a big thing, rescheduling. They kept saying, what about the rescheduling? And so, great job, I appreciate it. I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Howard Kessler. He's one of the most successful men in the world, actually, and he had some medical difficulties, and he came upon this by accident in a way, and he said, well, he had to go through a lot of different medications, and he said this was the one that was much better than anything else. And so he experienced it. He didn't benefit by it other than from the standpoint that he lives a much better life now. So hopefully you don't need it, but if you do need it, I hear it's the best of all the alternatives. But I want to thank Howard Kessler and Michelle Kessler. They really pushed this very hard. These are two people, very straight arrows. They're not into marijuana. They're not into anything. But he found this answer, and he said, he's doing it for other people. And so Howard and Michelle probably, they're watching or they'll be hearing about it. But they worked very hard to get this done. And it's an honor, and you've done fantastically. You all have, and I appreciate it. And a man who's doing an excellent job is Howard Lutnick. He's in a little different sphere. He's not in the medical sphere, but he knows what it all means. And from Commerce, he's the Secretary of Commerce. Howard, would you say a few words, please?
Sure. So, in partnership with Bobby Kennedy and Memonaz and the whole team, when they do Most Favored Nation, we also ask the company to reshore and build their drugs here in America, because too many of our drugs, our key drugs for our health, are being made overseas. And in a conflict, we can't rely upon them. And I'm honored to say that our partners from Regeneron have agreed to reshore their production of pharmaceutical drugs, and this is exactly from your pharmaceutical tariffs. That's the point. So that means $448 billion of drug manufacturing is coming to America because of your tariffs, because of your pharmaceutical strategy, and we are proud to invite Regeneron to do this giant build in America, and all the rest of the pharmaceutical companies. They've committed to build in America because of your tariff policy and your strategy.
And because of the tariffs, it's been amazing actually. We have Eli Lilly and Pfizer and all of the companies. We had, I guess, 7 of them here at one time, which was interesting to see, but they actually got along with each other pretty well. They stood right behind me, the biggest companies in the world, and they're all building, Eli Lilly's building, I think, 5 major plants, which without tariffs they would have built none. I said, how many would you build without none? They were all making these products in other countries, a lot of other countries actually, not just China, but a lot of other countries. And I think by the time I leave office, they'll be mostly operating. They have an incentive to do them quickly, big incentive, like the tariffs go up if they don't. And remember, if they do them here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. It's an incredible incentive. And if they don't do them here, they have a very substantial tariff, so they get penalized. And it's bringing countries, not only drug companies, but car companies. AI is a different thing altogether, but even there, but the AI is, we're leading China in AI, we're leading everybody in AI. And we're leading now, and car companies are coming from Canada, they're coming from Mexico, Germany, Japan. They're pouring into our country because we're very smart. Should have been done long ago by other presidents. We were the car capital of the world 50 or 60 years ago, and then they just started taking them away. We were the chip capital of the world, and now, Intel. And now they're coming back. All the chip companies are coming back. You may say a word about that, Howard, real fast, because what we're doing with chips are incredible. And all we're doing is saying at the end of a year and a half, 2 years, if you don't have your chip company, you're going to pay a tremendous tariff to put chips into this country. And they are building, I think we'll have close to 50% of the chip market very soon. Right now we had nothing. We had virtually nothing. And they're coming in from Taiwan. They're coming in mostly from Taiwan because that's where chips are made, but mostly from South Korea, Taiwan, various other countries, but they're coming back to America. We're bringing them all back. It's a revolution. Nobody's ever seen what we've done. There's never been anything like what we've done. We have $18 trillion being invested. That's for 11 months.
Secret Service.
And the last administration had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We have, in 11 months, over $18 trillion. Howard, do you want to talk just for a second about the chip market? Because it's explosive.
Sure, so you've got semiconductors, you've got leading edge logic, you've got high bandwidth memory, and you have foundational chips. And America had a couple of points, 3 or 4% market share. And we are, of course, the biggest demand. And the president gave the order, let's get these factories, these fabs built in America. And our expectation is we will have $1 trillion of these fabs. These are factories. This is not the hyperscalers buying chips. This is literally the making of the chips, right? We had Micron, $200 billion, TSMC, $165 billion. The list goes on and on. You negotiated a great deal with Taiwan, $500 billion coming to America. We'll have $1 trillion of semiconductors. That's part of his $18 trillion, but it's foundational for us to take care of ourselves.
Well, thank you very much. Now, we'll go off subject for a minute, but I think it's very interesting, and I hope you go over and take a look because it's happening right now as we speak. But first, if you look outside, so we had flooring outside, we had slate, and it was coming to pieces. It's been there since the early 1940s, and it's a path to the Oval Office. It's a path to the West Wing, and it was terrible. It was broken, bad shape. The whole White House has been in bad shape. It's right now in better shape than it is. I think the day they built it, this is better right now. But we're putting magnificent new granite. It's called charcoal. It's a black granite against the white, beautiful white walls. We've stripped all of the paints off. It had 200 years of paint, and we've redone it, and it's beautiful. And you can see the building, but you can also see the columns, everything else. But we're replacing, and they're working right outside. If the press wants to go and take a look at what they do, really pros. You see the large slabs of black granite. Granite is rated as, this particular granite, over 1,000,000-year life. As an example, concrete gets rated for about 200 years if you get very high grade. This is it's rated over. Can you imagine? Nature produces something better than you can make. So it's very interesting. It's a beautiful job they're doing. And it's highly polished granite in the areas you don't walk on. And it's called flame finished. The areas that you do walk on, there's no slip. So it's a beautiful job, and it's going up nice. And if you want to take a look outside the window, so that's replacing a stone that was here from the early 1940s, a little before that. And you'll see the ramp, too. We're keeping the ramp. That was for FDR. He needed a ramp, as some people would know. And in his honor, we're leaving it. I wanted to leave it. It means something. The other thing that we're doing that's taking place right now is the Lincoln Memorial has a beautiful reflecting pond or lake. They call it a pool, lake, and pond. Everything is different, but the word reflecting is a good term. It was built in 1922, and it was built out of granite and various stones on the bottom, and it never looked great because it's not really meant to be a stone that's underwater for that much of a period of time. It's about 1.5 to 2 feet deep. You all know it well. That's where Martin Luther King gave his great speech, and he had 1 million people, and I had the same exact crowd, maybe a little bit more, but they said I had 25,000 people on July 4th. I have pictures of Martin Luther King's crowd, my crowd, it's the exact same, everything, but it was 70 years difference. The exact same crowd, but I actually had more people, but that's okay. They gave him 1 million people. They said 1 million people. I had 25,000 people. So, but these are the things that you get with we had on July 4th a few years ago, first term. So you have this reflecting lake pond is incredible, but it was terrible. The condition, you all know it. A friend of mine came from Germany to see me, and he said, "Oh, we went over. It's so sad." What's sad? This is a number of months ago. He said, "It's filthy, dirty. The water's disgusting looking. It's not representative of the country." And I said, "Well, I'm going to have to go take a look because, Secret Service doesn't let you just walk around too freely, actually." And I went over there with Secret Service in tow, and I said, "Isn't that a shame? It's terrible." And so they had bids from the Biden administration, Sleepy Joe, and they had bids for years. They were going to do something to fix it, but they never got it done. And it's so It's so important for our country. Everybody knows this. It covers the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial. It's in between. It's 2,200 feet. That's taller than any building in the world if you lay it down on its side. Think of it, 2,000. That's a long, over 2,000 feet long. Such would be many swimming pools, many stacked up together. But it would be the equivalent of the tallest building in the world, plus laid down on its side. So it's very big. It's very wide, actually. It looks narrow because it's so long. And so the pricing was coming in over the years, but it came in sort of recently that it was going to cost $301 million to fix it. It was going to take 3.5 years. So they had to take all the granite out, which is there again, 1922. And it was leaking like a sieve. You couldn't keep water, couldn't keep anything. Granite's not the right stone for that. Right stone for that, but not for that. And I said, I have an idea. It's $301 million. It was going to take 3.5 years. So remember those numbers, $301 million. This is a business study. And it was going to take 3 to 3.5 years. And over the years as a developer, I've probably built more than 100 swimming pools, different buildings I built. And I have some really good pool builders. I also had some really bad ones, but we took care of them. They didn't last too long, Howard. But I've had some really good ones, some very talented people. They're great people. I have such great respect for contractors that are good and such disdain for contractors that are bad. They charge you more money and they give you a bad job, but we don't accept it. But over the years, I've had 3 or 4 really good ones. I took the best of the 3. I had all 3 go, but I ended up taking the best. And I said, would you take a look at this? It's 2,200 feet long. He said, what do you want me to look at? I said, have a little swimming pool. Think of it as a swimming pool. I said, oh, how big is it? I said, 2,200 feet by 167 feet wide. He said, that's the biggest swimming pool. He said, I've been doing this for a lot of years, sir. I've never heard of a pool like that. I said, well, you'll see, it's a reflecting pool. And very famous, very big signal, and very important for Washington, D.C., where we, by the way, have almost no crime, I have to say. That's maybe more important than talking about this. We have the crime down from a tremendously high, one of the worst in the country. We have almost no crime. People are walking around, restaurants are opening all over the place, and places bustling. But that makes us even more important. So instead of being a dirty, disgusting place where garbage was in it and everything else, and I want to give Doug Burgum incredible credit because he was involved, the Secretary of the Interior. He was involved right from the beginning. I called him, I said, Doug, I'm getting a lot of complaints about the condition of this. What do you think? And he went over, he studied it, and he came back with some ideas. But I said, Doug, I have a guy who's unbelievable at doing swimming pools. Up the road, we have a club. We have an Olympic-sized swimming pool. He did it 20 years ago, and it's perfect to this day. So I asked him, I said, I have an idea. I'm going to send my contractor over and take a look. He looked at it. He called me up. He said, so we can do something on it? He said, it's perfect, actually. He said, it's really decaying, and it's a terrible condition. But if you would, I'd like to work 2 weeks on cleaning it up, which is, if you see right here. I'd like to repoint and fix some of the joints. It won't matter because we're putting a substance over the top, but it's nice to have a nice surface. And he said it'd take me 2 weeks. And if you don't mind, then I'd like to pour the latest and greatest filament or material, which is essentially a pool surface, but it's industrial grade pool. And he said, what color would you like, sir? I said, well, what about turquoise, like in the Bahamas? He said, well, this is Washington, sir. We can give you turquoise, but why don't you try we have a color. It's called American flag blue. I said, that's the color I like. He talked me into it very easily. So he said, that's the color I like. So he came in, and remember, 3.5 years. You have to take all the granite out. Then you have to put all brand new granite in. Take years to do it. Over $300 million. Our job will take 1 week. It will cost about $1.5 million. And people said, wow. And here's the only difference, because somebody said, well, the difference is this is much better. This will last 30, 40, 50 years. And if it didn't, do it again quickly if you want. So it's being done now, and I think I think you'd find it really amazing to go take a look. So here it is. You see the trucks. He's got scrapers and all sorts of equipment to make the stone as good as possible without removing it. So we're using the existing surface, so we don't have to spend millions of dollars in demolition. And he said, much better to leave the stone than it is what's underneath. They're afraid to look. And so you see it's beautiful, clean, it's ready to be taken care of. Here's a sign that we put, and so Doug Burgum and myself are involved in that. But when you take a look at the surface, we have it in good shape, and they just started today putting down the material. It's a machine. It lays it very evenly, beautiful. It goes from one side to the other. It'll take about 3 days. And you're going to end up with a beautiful, beautiful reflecting pool, the way it's supposed to be. Much better than it ever was, actually. It'll stay clean. We even have robots that go in it, and they ride around the bottom, and they clean it like a swimming pool, but these are a much higher level. This is industrial grade, and it's really beautiful. So you're going to have a beautiful pool, and you'll have it for July 4th, long before July 4th. Instead of taking 3.5 years, we're taking a week. And instead of spending $301 million, we're spending less than $2 million. And I think it's a great business story, because there are many things like that that I see. I mean, not maybe to that extent, but there are many things like that I see. I often talk about the pen. This pen's better than the one that they used to give away for $2,000. I won't go on a long story about that, because a couple of people said, he kept talking about the pen. No, I gave you the whole history of it. Actually, many people found it interesting, and some people thought I was doing too much of a weave. But actually, with this pen, for $3, $5, $2, whatever the hell it costs, is better than the one for $1,000 to $2,000 that you used to hand away. So that's the short version of it. I like the short version better. But the long version is this one. So this is an amazing thing that's happening, and this is a big, big beautification. In addition to that, the sidewalk areas around it, which were done in granite, similar granite to that, actually not as nice as we have here, to be honest with you, but the people that did it weren't in the world of real estate like I am. But they have good granite, circling it, and we're going to repoint it, meaning we're going to caulk it up and repoint it, make it good. And we're going to also sandblast it. It'll be like brand new. So we're going to have, in another couple of weeks, we're going to have the most beautiful reflecting pool between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial that you've ever seen. And I hope the media can go over and maybe watch them do it, because I think it's very exciting. And so a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the time, and you get a better product than you could ever get the other way, and it'll be beautiful. And as he said, it will be American flag blue. Any questions, please?
Yes, sir. Could you talk a little bit about why your Navy Secretary was fired yesterday, sir?
He's a wonderful guy. He just put out a statement about him. He's a very good man. I really liked him, but he had some conflict with, not necessarily Pete, with some other. He's a hard charger, and he had some conflicts with some other people, mostly as to building and buying new ships. I'm very aggressive in the new shipbuilding, and somehow he just didn't get along with him. He's an excellent guy. I think he would have gotten along great with me. I didn't really deal with him too much, but he's I consider him to have done a very good job. I put out a nice statement about him. You got to get along, especially in the military. You got to get along, and some people liked him, some people didn't, and that's usually the truth about everything. But I found him to be a very good man, and I liked him a lot.
On the war with Iran, how long are you willing to wait until you get a
Well, don't rush me. Don't rush me, Jeff. Guys like you want to say, oh. So we were in Vietnam like for 18 years. We were in Iraq for many, many years. We're in for all the, I don't like to say World War II because that was a biggie, but we were 4.5, almost 5 years in World War II. We were in the Korean War for 7 years. I've been doing this for 6 weeks, and their military is totally defeated. They're outside of the little wise guy ships. I call them the wise guy ships, the little boats that they have running around with guns in them. And we'll take them out too when we see them. But their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, all of their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Maybe they loaded up a little bit during the 2-week hiatus, but we'll knock that out in about one day if they did. We've done an amazing job. Their leaders are gone. Their leaders are all gone. Part of the problem is that, that's why I can't really answer your question, they have all new leadership and they're fighting like cats and dogs for who's going to control. Because we've created a real mess for them, but they've created a mess for the world over the last 47 years. They've killed a lot of our people. When you see a soldier, a young person, or now an older person, but a person without legs or without arms or with a face that got blown to pieces, most likely it was from Iran. It was Soleimani who I killed. Soleimani loved the roadside bomb. He was an evil genius. He was a brilliant general. Probably we wouldn't be as far advanced had I not taken him out. That was the beginning of it all. And then I ended the Obama horror show. The nuclear transaction that he made was horror. It gave him a road to the, you call it, I mean, what the deal that he did, the Iran nuclear deal, was so bad. It gave him a road to a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, I deal with him. You cannot give Iran a nuclear weapon. This is all about a nuclear weapon. They cannot have the nuclear bomb, and they're not going to have the nuclear bomb. So we've taken out their military. We've hit about 75% of our targets. We stopped a little early because they wanted to have some peace. And we have a blockade that's 100% effective. And they're getting no business. And as you know, they're not doing well. Economically, financially, they're not doing any business because of the blockade. They want to make a deal. We have been speaking to them, but they don't even know who's leading the country. They're in turmoil. They're in turmoil. So we thought we'd give them a little chance to get some of their turmoil resolved. But, you know, and I hope the fake news, people like you, I hope the fake news are going to be able to write about it accurately, because when you say, oh, they're fighting very well, they're not fighting well. They've been obliterated, Jeff, obliterated. 159 ships are in the Navy. You know how many ships are at the bottom of the sea, Jeff? 159. So, you know, and if you read the New York Times, the failing New York Times, subscriptions are way down, as you know. That's because people don't believe this stuff anymore. If you watch CNN, you'd think that they're doing well in the war. They're not doing well. They're getting absolutely decimated. Now, with all of that being said, we'll see what happens. You have a lot of, we have no pressure. It's only guys like you with a question like that about what's your time. We've been doing it for 5.5 weeks.
But sir, is your administration 8 weeks that the U.S. now has been involved with Iran? You had initially said it would be 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, I hope that, but I also took a little break. I gave them a break. And remember this, I want to make the best deal. I could make a deal right now. Do you know that if I left right now, we had a tremendous success. It would take them 20 years to rebuild, but I don't want to do that. I want to have it everlasting. I want to have it where they never have a chance to get it. I mean, the way you asked that question, yeah, I did say it. I thought it would take 4 to 6 weeks, and I was right. Because at the end of 6 weeks, at the end of 4 weeks, their military was decimated.
So are you saying
but now what I'm doing, I can't tell you that. I don't want to put that kind of a timetable on it, but it'll go pretty quickly. And we'll have the strait opened up. Now, right now, we have it closed. We have total control of the strait. And the fact that it's closed, you know, they would have opened it up 3 days ago. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. We have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
Well, what do you say to the American people who question how much longer this will take? Obviously, you know that they are having.
You're such a disgrace. Did you hear what I just said? Vietnam. How many years was Vietnam?
I understand, sir.
How many years was Vietnam? Well, I did my. I took the country out militarily in the first 4 weeks. I took it out militarily. Now what we're doing is sitting back and seeing what deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, then I'll finish it up militarily with the other 25% of the targets. We've hit 78% of the targets that we've wanted to hit. We've knocked out their manufacturing. We've knocked out their missile production. We've knocked out their drone production. We've knocked out everything. In some cases, when I say knocked it out, 70, 80, 90%. It's amazing what we've done. So I've done that within that period of time that I mentioned, but I don't want to rush myself, because every story says, oh, Trump is under time pressure. I'm not. No. You know who's under time pressure? They are. Because if they don't get their oil moving, their whole oil infrastructure is going to explode. You know what that means? Because they have no place to store it. And because they have no place to store it, if they have to stop it, something happens that only Len can explain. Something happens underground that essentially renders it in very poor shape, and you never recover fully. You can recover 50, 60%, but you can never have it like it is right now. And they have a matter of days before that event takes place. So I'm not under any pressure whatsoever. We've never had so much ammunition. Our ships are loaded. I call them locked and loaded. They're locked and loaded. They're ready to go. We have much higher quality equipment than we did when we first started the war, and or the military operation, whatever you want to call it. And they're coming to us. The problem they have is they are very disorganized right now. Well, now yesterday, and I was very pleased with this, 8 young women were going to be executed yesterday afternoon at 6 o'clock. And I asked them, call it a favor or call it just a moral request that they not be executed. And they came back with an answer that they won't be executed. They're going to release, it was protesting. 8 beautiful young women. Very young women, and the pictures are in the paper, and it's been a story for a little while, and I saw that, and I said, let's see if we can save them, and it was very nice what happened. So they're not going to be, what they're doing is, as you know, they're releasing 4 of them very shortly, and they're going to keep 4 of them in jail for a period of 1 month and release them, so they won't be executed yet.
So if you're asking for more time to sort out negotiations,
I'm not asking you for more time. I'm not asking for them. No,
but if you need more time,
I'm not asking anybody for more time.
If you need more time, does that mean Americans should anticipate spending more on gasoline for the foreseeable future?
For a little while. And you know what they get for that? You know what they get for that? Iran without a nuclear weapon that's going to try and blow up one of our cities or blow up the entire Middle East. You want to see what shock would be? And I have to be honest, the stock market is at an all-time high right now. Right. I thought it would have been down 20, 25%.
But you wanted to drive prices down?
Wait, can I finish my question? Sure. Wise guy. Stock market's at an all-time high right now. I projected, and I'm pretty good at this, that the stock market, Howard, would drop maybe 20%, 25%. And I understood that. And I said, hey, it's a bad thing, but I have to do what's right for the country, even the world. Because you can't have them, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. So the stock market, unlike what a lot of people were predicting, I thought they weren't necessarily wrong. The stock market today hit an all-time high. Hit an all-time high yesterday, the day before, and it's staying there. I thought oil would go up to maybe $200 a barrel, and oil is at a different number than anyone thought. In fact, this country is much lower because we have all the oil we can use. We're actually, ships are coming from all over the world to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska. They're coming from all over the world to get oil from the United States, while this is closed, the Hormuz Strait. So if you look at what I said, I guess it was right, because I said I'd have it 4 to 6 weeks, and in 4 weeks we have totally defeated their military. So right now, I don't want to rush it because you guys are, trying to make us look as bad as possible. I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons.
If it does go to 200, are you okay with that, sir? If oil goes to 200?
I think that there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that takes out one of your cities or 2 of your cities or 3. I think there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that's going to destroy the Middle East, including Israel. I think there's nothing worse than Europe being under attack by people that have missiles now that reach Europe. As you know, they don't reach us, but they reach Europe. But they will reach us at some time, probably the not too distant future, unless we stop them now. I think there would be nothing worse than having nuclear holocaust in Europe, London, Paris, various places in Germany, all targeted. Now, what I say is you can't let them have. I don't think it will happen, by the way. I really think we actually, it turns out that we are drill baby drill, and it turns out we're producing a lot of oil, and they're buying the oil. They're going to Alaska, they're going to Texas, Louisiana, and our guys have done a fantastic job. We're putting out right now more oil and gas than we ever have in the history of our country. And one other thing, there are more people employed today in the United States than ever in the history of our country.
Okay. I have a question, sir. Is it true that your administration is considering sending 1,100 Afghans to the Democratic Republic of Congo? And if so, do you have a response to that?
I don't know. I have to check that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Breitbart News' Matt Boyle just published an interview with Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis, in which the Prime Minister said that he's rooting for you to succeed in getting a deal with Iran. He also said he looks forward to hosting you in Greece later this year. Do you have any response?
Nice. No, it's really nice. I mean, Greece has been very supportive, actually. Greece has been terrific. He's a terrific guy because he understands the importance of it. You know, oil goes up a little bit. I hate it. You know, I was the one that had it down to $60 a barrel. And I looked at guys like Howard Lutnick. Howard, you remember it well. I said, well, we just hit an all-time high in the history of the market. Think of this. When we hit 50,000, I was told, everybody was told, when I won the election, November 5th, they said, well, during the 4-year period, it'll be impossible for the Dow to ever reach 50,000. It'll be impossible for the S&P to ever hit 7,000. Impossible. And you remember that, Howard, right? It was going to hit maybe 6, 7 years, 8 years, but I did it in my first year, hit 50,000. Now it's just about at 50,000, and S&P is higher than it was when we started. And S&P hit over 7,000, and that was before the year ended up 1 year. So I can only tell you this: it'll end. I don't think it'll be very long, by the way. They're delaying it because we don't know who to deal with. They are in. You know, they know who the leader is in this country. We don't know who the leader is in Iran. Because remember, regime change. Khomeini is gone. He's gone to greener pastures. He's gone, and all of his team is gone. Then a second group came in. They're all gone. And now you have the third group. And they're a little concerned about being gone, too.
Sir, would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran? You posted on Truth Social a few weeks ago.
We don't need it. Why do I need it? Why would a stupid question like that be asked? Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
So on the state visit, which we're all very much looking forward to, Prince Harry today has said that he would like to see you do more to end the war in Ukraine. Do you think it's appropriate for a royal to make those comments ahead of the visit on Monday?
Prince Harry?
Yes, sir.
How's he doing? How's his wife? Please give him my regards, okay? No, I don't know. I know one thing. Prince Harry is not speaking for the UK. That's for sure. I think I'm speaking for the UK more than Prince Harry. But I appreciate his advice very much.
Would you have
great
invited
advice
to the dinner and to the state visit?
Well, I look forward to the dinner. We're having King Charles come. He's a friend of mine. We're really looking forward to it. We've spoken, and we're going to have a great time. I tell you, if I had that ballroom built, it would be filled. I wish we had more seats. You know, they've wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. Now they're getting the best in the world. We're going to have the best in the world. But, you know, we have a room that's not big enough to handle what would be a big crowd. But we're going to have very great people that love the UK. I love the UK. I think they made a big mistake on energy. You should open up the North Sea in Aberdeen. You should open it up. And the other thing is they've made a big mistake on immigration. Okay.
Sir, on Trump, what do you hope to learn from Janine Pirro's investigation into the Fed's renovation that you did not? What do you hope to learn from the Janine Pirro's investigation into the Federal Reserve's reservation that you did not learn when you visited the site yourself last year?
Well, look, you know, the Federal Reserve building is a small building. They're going to be in there by the time it opens, in my opinion, for $4 billion. I built a hotel down the road for $201 million that I believe is bigger than the Federal Reserve building. $201 million. And the ballroom, I'm going to have the ballroom from $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes, like marbles, the quality, the quality finishes. We'll go top of the line. But That's a much bigger project. When you look at the fact that they've taken this beautiful building and destroyed it, they've taken down the beautiful ceilings with eagles, they've taken down the walls that are a foot and a half thick, masonry. You couldn't hear from office to office. They ripped it all down. They ripped down, because Kevin Warsh, who's terrific, said, gee, the saddest thing is they ripped down the nicest building in Washington for boardrooms and all. Did you know about that building? They ripped it down. It was beautiful. The boardroom building, it was beautiful, and they ripped it down. And probably because it cost so much to fix it. So I would have done that job for $25 million, had money left over. It's going to cost more than, in my opinion, it's not going to open for a long time. You know, Kevin may not be able to have an office. I'm going to have to get him an office. Can you give him an office?
Yes, space.
Bobby, do you have some space over there, please?
Yeah, we have a lot of space.
But he has more than you think. But we're going to have Kevin sitting right next to you, Bobby. But it may not open for a long time. I looked at it the other day. It's a see-through. See-through, you know, that means the walls aren't even up yet. This is after years and years of construction. And somehow you have to find out what went wrong. That a small building, I could have done it for $25 million that had money left over. It would have been beautiful. That a small building can cost $4 billion. It may never open. It may never open. And we have to get to that. On top of that, he's been terrible on interest rates because he should have lowered interest rates. That's why I call him Jerome Too Late. Too Late is his nickname. Jerome Too Late Powell. He likes me a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. Get the hell out of here. That's what I wish they would say. That's what I wish they would say. Hey, let's go ahead and take a look at the latest POTUS post on Truth Social. The Southern Poverty Law Center, one of the greatest political scams in American history, has been charged with fraud. This is another Democrat hoax, along with the Act Blue and many others. If it is true, the 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm going to tell you what, guys, be patient. Be patient, okay? Because there is a lot of investigations going on, and I know that a lot of you guys want to see somebody in jail. I want to say, guys, if you got been here with me, I want to say thank you so much for coming to my channel. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subscribes if you subscribe, and thank you about becoming members. I appreciate every single one of you guys in here. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. Enjoy your day. Spend some time with family. If you don't have family, spend some time praying to Jesus Christ. There is a great future for you. All you got to do is ask for it and go get it and receive it. With that being said, I want to thank you all my members. I love you all. Thank you for the support. For those of you who are new here, I hope you come back and visit us and that you give us another chance. Get involved with the conversation. But don't be a libtard. Libtards only come in here to insult others. And we don't want that. When we insult in general, it's not to you. Nobody on my chat, unless you ask me to insult you directly. God bless you, man. God bless your family. God bless the USA. And tonight is date night, so I might not be back tonight. But we'll see what we get. Y'all be blessed.
stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised, we are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the Eagle back on track. And we've lost visual. Secret Service team, the Eagle